Good morning, everyone. It is 10 a.m. and the inquiry is now open. I hope that everyone can see and hear me clearly. However, if at any time you have difficulty hearing the proceedings, please let me know. If you have a mobile phone, it is 10 a.m. and the inquiry is now open. I hope that everyone can see and hear me clearly. However, if at any time you have difficulty hearing the proceedings, please let me know. Is someone from the council able? If you have a mobile phone, it is 10 a.m. and the inquiry is now open. I hope that everyone can see and hear me clearly. However, if at any time you have difficulty hearing. Thank you. Okay, if you have a mobile phone, please ensure it is turned off or onto silent mode throughout the course of the inquiry. My name is Claire Tregembo. I am the Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs to conduct this inquiry and to decide whether or not this order should be confirmed. The order is made under Section 257 of the Town and Country Planning Act by West Northamptonshire Council on the 12th of March 2024. The order relates to the extinguishment of part of bridleway SB32 between Tiffield Road and the A43. Full details of the route are given in the order and on the order map. One thing I need to mention before we go any further, I believe I may be staying in the same hotel as a couple of parties on this side of the room. I haven't spoken to them and I do not intend to do so. So does anyone have any issues with this? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I have been advised that we are not expecting any fire drills today. So if the fire alarm sounds, you do need to leave the building and someone from the local authority will guide you out. The assembly point is by the green sign adjacent to the mound to the left as you exit the building. And I believe the toilets are just through the door over there on the left and then over through another door to the right of the lifts. I will now take the names of those people who wish to speak. First of all, who is representing the OMA?
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Caroline Daly of Council. I'm assisted by Miss Bruce Smith, also of Council. We're instructed by West Northamptonshire Council.
Okay. And will you be calling any witnesses?
Yes, two witnesses. Mr. Andrew Longbottom, sitting to my left, who's a major projects officer in the council, and Mr. Robin Carr, sitting behind me, who is a rights of way consultant. And ma'am, I've put a list of appearances at the end of the opening statement, so hopefully that will assist in drafting the decision.
Thank you. And is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of the order?
Yes, madam. Good morning. My name is Hugh Richards of Council. I've got a list of appearances, if it'll help your pen.
Okay. Thank you. Would you still like to introduce
Yes,
them for the benefit of everyone else?
I represent IM Properties Limited, who are the applicants for the order. I'm instructed by Paul Arnott and Tanika Zeidler of Town Legal LLP. I shall be calling 2 witnesses, and in this order. First of all, Mr. Dave Neal of DTA Transport Planning, and secondly, Mr. Matthew Jones of Turley.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of the order? And who wishes to speak on behalf of the objectors to the order?
Good morning. I'm Claire Marshall, volunteer representative of the British Law Society, and also a member of West Northants Local Access Forum.
And how do you spell your Claire?
CLAIRE.
Okay. Okay. Are you calling any witnesses? And anyone else?
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Anne Gray, and I'm representing Safe Towcester Now. And I'll be supported by Louise Croft, also representing Safe Towcester Now. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of the objectors? Yes. Which parish meeting, sorry? You might need to spell that for me. Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of the objectors, or anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay, before the end of the inquiry, I will ask again if there's anyone else who wishes to speak. It is important that I hear everything relevant to my decision before the close of the inquiry. I will also check tomorrow as well to make sure there's no one else who isn't here today that might want to speak then as well. Apart from the live streaming, does anyone intend to film or record the inquiry or make use of social media? Can the order making authority confirm that all the relevant statutory requirements have been complied with?
I can, ma'am.
If I confirm the order without modification, the effect of the order would be to extinguish the section of public bridleway SB32 between Tiffield Road and the A43. Following the advertisement of the order, 43 objections and representations were received that have not been withdrawn. The purpose of this inquiry is to determine whether or not the criteria set out in the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 have been met. The order making authority has relied upon section 257, in which case I must be satisfied that the extinguishment is necessary to enable development to be carried out in accordance with planning permission granted under Part 3 of the Town and Country Planning Act. I must also consider the disadvantages or loss likely to arise as a result of the stopping up or diversion of the bridleway to members of the public or persons whose properties adjoin or are near to the existing bridleway. I must also consider the requirement of the Equalities Act 2010 where appropriate. I am not able to question the merits or otherwise of the planning permission granted by the planning authority. The inquiry should not be taken as an opportunity to question the development that has already been approved. I am also not able to consider if a bridge should have been provided or will be provided in the future over the A43. Is it A43? Yes. I'm not prepared to hear any arguments as to why or how the decision was made to extinguish the bridleway during the planning process or with regards to the making of the order. The order making authority have already confirmed that all the relevant statutory requirements have been complied with, and there is nothing before me to indicate that this is not the case. In due course, I shall make my decision on the basis of the matters before me. The decision will be one of the following options: to confirm the order, to propose that the order be confirmed subject to modifications, or not to confirm the order. I walked the order route yesterday when I made unaccompanied inspection of the bridleway. I have familiarised myself with the area. If requested to do so, I can make a further site visit in the company of representatives of the order making authority or other supporters of the order, the objectors, and any other interested parties, either during or following the close of the inquiry. During that final inspection, however, I will not be able to hear any further evidence. However, people should make sure I have seen any features or locations they have mentioned in their evidence. I must stress that I will be strict about this rule, and I will not be prepared to entertain attempts to present further evidence or engage in discussions over the merits or otherwise of the order during any site visit. I will make any arrangements for this final inspection at an appropriate time, probably just before the close of the inquiry. For the benefit of those who may not be familiar with them, I will now give a brief outline of the procedures to be adopted for this type of local inquiry. Shortly, I will give my understanding of the main issues which I need to explore at the inquiry, indicating those that seem to be of particular relevance from my reading of the evidence already submitted. I will then hear the case for the order making authority, following short opening statements from all parties. I will start by hearing the case and any witnesses that they may have. I will then hear the evidence from anyone else who wishes to speak in support of the order. This will be followed by the case for the objectors. And following this, there will be an opportunity for anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to the order. Interested people may also put their points so that everyone who has an opportunity to put forward relevant points to the inquiry. In each case, once a witness has given their evidence, they will be available for cross-examination from the opposing party, questions from any interested persons that I note held an opposing view, re-examination or questions of clarification from that party's or that witness's own side. It is also possible that I may have my own questions for that witness. So that everyone can see and hear the witnesses clearly, I would like the witnesses to sit at this table here. I would like to stress that witnesses should be asked questions. People should not use an opportunity to question a witness as a pretext to make statements that should be rightly given in their own evidence. When interested people address the inquiry, please will they come forward and speak from the witness table. This makes it clear who is speaking and what is being said. I will then hear the closing submissions from the objectors and the supporters, followed by the order making authority. It is helpful for me to have a written version of closing submissions if possible. Where this is not possible, you may have to adjust your delivery speed to match my note-taking. It is usual in rights of way cases for all parties to bear their own costs, and whilst I am not inviting any applications, I must draw your attention to the provisions of the Department for Communities and Local Government's Planning Practice Guidance, often referred to as the PPG, and DEFRA Circular 109. I remind you that if you wish to apply for an award of costs, you must do so before the close of the inquiry. I remind you that I also have the power to initiate an award of costs, whether or not any applications have been made. If I were to do this, this would be followed by a written process with the relevant party after the decision is issued. So I have received the following documents. I have statements of ground and comments on the objections from the order making authority, statement of case from the order making authority, Statement of case from Town Legal representing the applicant IM Properties Development Limited. Statement of case from the BHS. A statement of case from Save Towcester Now. Statement of case from Tiffield Parish Council. Proof of evidence from Andrew Longbottom on behalf of the Order Making Authority. A proof of evidence from Robin Carr on behalf of the Order Making Authority. Proof of evidence from Dave Neal of DTA Transportation Planning Consultants for the applicant. Proof of evidence from Matthew Jones of Turley Associates for the applicant. Proof of evidence from the BHS. A proof of evidence from Save Towcester Now. I believe all these all these documents are available on the internet for anyone to view. Can everyone confirm that they've seen copies or have copies of them?
Ma'am,
Yes.
am I correct in recalling that you said that BHS had produced a proof, the British Horse Society?
I believe they have, yes, I believe.
We've seen a statement of case from the British Horse Society, but not a proof of evidence.
I will just double check my file of downloaded items. Can the BHS confirm if they submitted one as well? Did you submit a proof of evidence?
Proof of evidence.
Yeah. Yes, I have a proof of evidence which is dated the 11th of the 11th, 25. Should have been forwarded on to you by our case officer. If not, I can ask them to forward it on and print it out.
We haven't had it either,
Okay.
but that not that that's going to be an obstacle, I don't think. We've carefully digested the statement of case, which was very full. So.
Okay, what I will do in the next break, I will send an email to our case officer and ask for them to forward it on to you.
Thank you very
so that
much.
you can have it for overnight.
I might ask those behind me perhaps to do it.
Yes, that's fine. Okay, does anyone else have any letters or documents to hand me?
On our tables this morning were 3 documents, hard copy. One was a copy of the order and the order plan, which I believe you asked for.
Yes.
The second was a hard copy of the book of plans,
Yep.
which was produced by Mr. Jones with his proof of evidence. We thought it would be helpful if everybody had a common book of plans. And then lastly, there was a single sheet, detailed landscape plan, sheet 3 of 3, drawing number 22, revision Q. That's an approved plan by the most recent non-material amendment to the planning application, approved on the 5th of December.
Okay.
The purpose of showing it to you and to everybody else is to show the gravelled path that links the access gate close to Footpath RK2 and then up to the crossing point that joins the new, that crosses the Spine Road and then on to cross the A43.
Okay.
But Mr. Jones will, or Mr. Neal, will talk about that when they get to give evidence.
Okay. So I did ask for a copy of the order map and some of the development plans just because it's helpful for any of the witnesses to look at them, and there should also be a copy on the witness table as well.
Yes, there will be. All right, so far as the order and order plan is concerned, you will have seen in our statement of case that we are promoting a slight modification of that order plan, but we can discuss that in due course, I'm sure.
Get any other documents or anything?
Yeah, we have produced a summary proof of evidence.
Okay. Is everyone happy for this to be accepted as it's a summary?
I'd like to give out a map if that's.
Sorry, could you just
Yes,
speak up?
fine. Just waiting for you to finish.
Okay, thank you. And is everyone happy that I accept this as well? And I think we've got a copy of the definitive map as well in the bundle. Okay. I will take all the letters and other written representations that I have received into account when coming to my decision. The inquiry is set to last for 2 days with a reserve date if needed. I have already been advised that the two witnesses for the council will provide evidence of around 45 minutes each, and that IM Properties will call 2 witnesses who will give evidence of around 30 minutes each. How long do the objectors think they will need to cross-examine the council and the developers' witnesses? Okay.
And without knowing the contents, it's impossible to say,
Okay.
but it can we estimate, half an hour from our point of view
Okay.
maximum. Thank you.
And how long do you think it will take to present your statements of case or proofs of evidence? Okay.
And I'd say no more than 30 minutes.
Okay, that will assist me in making sure we're running on time and helping with the inquiry programme. In view of the anticipated duration of the order-making authority and the applicant's statement of case, it will probably not be until late today or early tomorrow before we reach the stage of hearing evidence from members of the public. I appreciate that some people may have other engagements and may not be able to stay for the entire duration of the inquiry. If there is anyone who must leave early, please let me know now and I will attempt to hear you, if at all possible, by perhaps slightly altering the running order of proceedings. Before the close of the inquiry, I will again ask if there is anyone else who wishes to speak. Everyone who has made an objection or representation in the period specified in the order-making authority's statutory notice of the order and who did not withdraw it will automatically receive a copy of my decision, whether they speak at the inquiry or not. A copy of the decision will also be published on gov.uk and therefore available for anyone else attending or any other interested persons. Before we get to the formal proceedings of the inquiry, there are a few other matters to deal with. It is not my usual practice to sit later than 5 p.m. Depending on the progress of the inquiry, I would propose to adjourn for a maximum of 1 hour at about 1 p.m. for lunch. I will take short comfort breaks mid-morning and during the afternoon at an appropriate natural break in the proceedings. In the interests of openness and fairness to all parties, I would appreciate it if people would not attempt to engage me in any form of conversation during adjournments. It is not that I'm being unfriendly or standoffish, but I must not be seen to engage in private conversations with one party only. I will now clarify the main issues as I understand them from the evidence submitted. The order was made following the granting of permission for a hybrid planning application, including outline permission for an employment park and full planning permission for roundabout access, an internal spine road, cycle and pedestrian infrastructure and service infrastructure. The order-making authority and the applicant consider it is necessary to stop up the bridleway to enable this development to be carried out in accordance with the planning permission granted. They consider there are advantages to the public due to the accessibility provisions within the proposed development and benefits to the wider area. They do not consider there are any disadvantages to the public or individuals as a result of the order that would be significant enough to prevent confirmation of the order. Those opposing the order consider that diverting the order route would have been preferable, and this could have provided shorter links for non-vehicular users, particularly pedestrians and people with mobility issues who will have further to travel. They consider the needs of equestrian users have been ignored and not given adequate consideration at the planning stage. They consider the alternative route does not cater for equestrian users and the impact on equestrian businesses has not been taken into account. They consider a bridge crossing would have been safer than an at-grade crossing, but an at-grade crossing should have been a Pegasus crossing. Some objectors consider the benefits of the development have been overstated and will actually lead to more congestion, road safety issues and pollution issues. Some of the matters raised concern the merits of the planning application already granted, which I am not able to revisit. So that concludes my opening announcements. Are there any questions or queries about the procedural aspects of the inquiry or any other matters anyone wishes to raise at this stage? Okay. I will now pass you over to the Order Making Authority to do their opening statements. Thank you.
Thank you. So by means of introduction, West Northamptonshire Council is seeking confirmation of the West Northamptonshire Public Bridleway Stopping Up Order 2024, Public Bridleway SB32 in the parish of Towcester, part between Tiffield Road and the A43. The order was made by the Council under Section 257 of the Town and Country Planning Act on the 12th of March 2024, so as to enable development to be carried out in accordance with the hybrid planning permission with reference S 2020-1644 EIA. A chronology of relevant events leading to this public inquiry is appended to this statement as Appendix 1, and an appearances list is at Appendix 2. The legal test. Section 257 of the 1990 Act permits a competent authority, here the local planning authority, to authorise the stopping up or diversion of any footpath, bridleway or restricted byway if they are satisfied that it is necessary to do so in order to enable development to be carried out in accordance with planning permission granted under Part 3 of the 1990 Act. Having regard to the terms of Section 257 and relevant case law, including Vasiliou and the Secretary of State for Transport, the principal issues for consideration as to whether to confirm the order are whether there is a valid planning permission in place, whether the proposed stopping up is necessary to enable the development to be carried out in accordance with the planning permission, and whether any disadvantages or losses caused to the objectors or the general public as a result of the proposed stopping up pursuant to the order would be of such significance or seriousness as to outweigh any countervailing advantages to the public of the order and the planning benefits of and degree of importance attaching to the development itself, and that's the merits test. Paragraph 7.14 to 7.17 of the Rights of Way Circular 0109 provide guidance in respect of the making of an order under Section 257. Paragraph 7.15 provides that the local authority should not question the merits of planning permission when considering whether to make or confirm an order. The fact that planning permission has been granted does not mean that the public right-of-way will therefore automatically be diverted or stopped up. However, having granted planning permission for a development affecting a right-of-way, an authority must have good reasons to justify a decision either not to make or not to confirm an order. The same considerations are clearly relevant to the Secretary of State when considering whether to confirm the order as made. Why the legal test is met in respect of the order. The Council's case is that the test in section 257 is satisfied in respect of the order. Point 1, planning consent. The planning permission was granted on the 23rd of June 2022. The Council has granted a lawful development certificate confirming that the permission was lawfully implemented. Next, necessity. There is an obvious conflict between the part of SB32 to be stopped up and the hybrid planning permission, having regard to the significant earthworks subject to detailed consent and the outline approval for built development on the route of SB32. The approval of the Reserve Matters application with reference 2024-5054 MAR for the Plot 2 employment building following the making of the order further reinforces its necessity. On merits, the development will deliver net benefits for local accessibility through the delivery of a safe crossing of the A43 at a new roundabout to the northeast of SB32, along with a pedestrian and cycle route through the development's Spine Road and down Northampton Road on the way into Towcester. The part of SB32 proposed to be stopped up is subject to little or no use, and there are safety concerns regarding the existing crossing point for the SB32 on the A43. The planning benefits of the development also include significant job creation, an uplift in productivity, a skills and training package, and provision for a range of employment units and uses. The disadvantage arising from the order is the loss of a short section of, to all intents and purposes, cul-de-sac bridleway, removing the opportunity for pedestrians, cyclists and equestrians to walk or ride up to the A43 and back. Accordingly, the Secretary of State can be satisfied that the stopping up order is necessary to enable the development to be carried out in accordance with the planning permission, and the disadvantages or losses caused to the objectors or the general public as a result of the proposed stopping up are not of such significance or seriousness as to outweigh the countervailing advantages to the public of the order and the planning benefits of and degree of importance attaching to the development itself. In terms of evidence, the Council will be calling 2 witnesses, Andrew Longbottom, Major Projects Officer within the Place, Economy and Environment Directorate of the Council, and Robin Carr, an independent consultant specialising in public rights of way and highway matters. Mr Longbottom's evidence will cover the planning permission, the necessity test, and the advantages and public benefits associated with the development. His evidence also responds to objections insofar as they relate to planning matters. Mr Carr will address the description of the order route and explain why he considers the merits test to be satisfied in respect of the order. Objections to the order and the Council's responses. Prior to the making of the order, the Council carried out a soft consultation and received several representations. These consultation responses and representations are on the Council's website and at Appendix 8 to the Council's Statement of Reasons. The Council considered these pre-order responses when making the order. During the notification period of the 14th of March 2024 to the 11th of April 2024, a total of 43 representations were received on the order. These can be found at Appendix 7 of the Council's Statement of Reasons and on the Council's website. Residents and consultees received letters responding to their concerns and inviting them to withdraw their objections. The main grounds of the objections were identified by the Council in their Statement of Reasons and responded to in turn. The Council has also addressed points raised by objectors in statements of case submitted to the inquiry and its proofs of evidence. Mr Longbottom's proof responds to Save Towcester Now at paragraphs 26 to 75, to the British Horse Society at paragraphs 76 to 79, and to Tiffield and Caldecott Parish Council at paragraph 80. Mr Carr's proof responds to Save Towcester Now at paragraphs 9.2 to 9.10, to the British Horse Society at 9.11 to 9.19, and to Tiffield and Caldecott Parish Council at 9.20 to 9.24. In respect of the points raised in the statements of case and the proof of evidence submitted by Save Towcester Now, the Council makes the following general observations. First, the objectors either do not apply or incorrectly apply the correct legal test in section 257. The question is not whether it is expedient that the way is stopped up because it is not needed for public use, nor is the Secretary of State required to focus on the merit of extinguishing SB32 in favour of the proposed alternative route. Rather, in deciding whether to confirm the order, the Secretary of State must consider the necessity test and the merits test as set out above. Next, the Council does not rely on the absence of use as a basis for making the order. The Council considers that the order should be confirmed because the tests in Section 257 of the 1990 Act are satisfied. Next, it is plain that the objectors wish to see the delivery of a new footbridge crossing of the A43. However, the absence of a safe crossing of the A43 at SB32 and elsewhere along the A43 is a historic issue and not a result of the order. There is currently no specific proposal for a footbridge across the A43 at SB32 or elsewhere in the vicinity of Towcester. The prospect of such a proposal coming forward in the future will be explored in evidence. Next, little or no acknowledgement is made by Safe Towcester Now, the British Horse Society or the Parish Council of the advantages of the order or the benefits of the development, including the provision of a safe crossing across the A43 for pedestrians and cyclists. The planning permission provides a route through the development, enabling pedestrians and cyclists to safely cross the A43. For the avoidance of doubt, this route is not proposed as an alternative highway for use as a replacement for the part of SB32 that is to be stopped up under Section 257 itself. It is nonetheless a benefit of the development and falls to be considered as part of the merits test. And in conclusion, for the reasons summarised above, which will be further explored in evidence, the Council will be inviting the Secretary of State to confirm the order made by the Council on the 12th of March of 2024. And ma'am, you'll see at Appendix 1, there's a chronology of relevant events running up to the inquiry, and Appendix 2 has the appearances list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Richards, would you like to make your opening statement?
Yes, and we too have got a written opening that can be distributed.
Thank you.
Between Tiffield Road and the A43, Bridleway SB32 runs diagonally across an open field for a distance of 266 metres. In the South Northamptonshire Local Plan Part 2, adopted in July 2020, that field is part of an employment land allocation at policy AL3, known as Towcester Park. Chapter 13 of the local plan notes Towcester's strategic location in relation to the major road and motorway network. The land allocation will create a significant number of jobs to support recent housing development in the area and will allow improvements to the dangerous road crossings at Northampton Road A43 and Tiffield Lane A43. The proposed allocation will only be progressed, and any applications for development on the site will only be considered favourably if there is demonstrable support from the highways authorities that a new roundabout access at the Halkett turn on the A43 is deliverable and that the A43 crossing point at the Tiffield Lane can be removed. A hybrid planning permission, reference number I give, for the policy AL3 development was granted in June 2022. A full planning permission was granted for, amongst other things, the junction with the A43, the spine road, and broader infrastructure, including earthworks and drainage, for the development. Outline permission was granted for the development plots. The planning permission was implemented on the 12th of May 2025. Reserved matters approval on the 21st of March 2025 contains the detail of the building on plot 2. Its footprint sits directly on top of the current route of SB32. A composite plan at Plan 1 in the Book of Plans shows the approved development. Once completed, the development will deliver 1.1 million square feet, or 102,193 square metres of employment floor space, and is expected to create 1,500 jobs. The allocation in the local plan and the application for and grant of planning permission for the development both came under close scrutiny by local residents. The local group called Save Towcester now objects to the stopping up of this section of SB32, as do the local representatives of the British Horse Society and Tiffield Parish Council. IM Properties' application to the council was made under Section 257, Section 4 of Mr. Jones's proof of evidence, and Section 4 of our statement of case. sets out the detail of the section and explains the matters the Secretary of State is required to take into account in deciding whether to confirm a 257 order. And these are, and then I paraphrase them. I won't read them out because we've heard them twice already today. Mr. Jones explains in section 5 of his proof the physical obstacle that SB32 presents to the consented engineering works, landscaping, and the Unit 2 building. The stopping up is also effectively required by conditions 3 and 45 on the planning permission, the requirement to accord with the approved plans, and in the associated section 106 obligation relating to the framework travel plan. We say, as does the council, that the test of necessity is made out. The merits test involves balancing disadvantages against advantages and benefits. This inevitably involves a judgment as to the weight that should be attached to the various factors and in arriving at the overall balance. It's fair to say that those objecting to the order have tended to focus on the disadvantages and losses and have failed to consider or even acknowledge some of the advantages and benefits. The stopping up of this section of SB32 is plainly a disadvantage or loss to those who use it, or might in the future have cause to use it on foot, cycle, or horseback. So logically, the number and frequency using or likely to use this stretch of SB32 will be relevant to the weight to be given to this disadvantage in the merits balance. Mr. Neal's evidence is that surveys carried out in 2019, 2020, 2023, and 2025 resulted in the recording of but one pedestrian. It is inevitable that the stopping up will occur before the new route and crossing will be provided. Objectors place a great deal of emphasis on the future prospect of a new safe bridge crossing of the A43 along the line of SB32. The likelihood of this happening must also be relevant to the weight given to it in the merits balance. The countervailing advantages. The development of Towcester Park will include a safe pedestrian and cycle crossing of the A43 at the new roundabout to the northeast of the SB32 A43 crossing. Improved cycle and footways along Northampton Road to its junction with SB32 will complete the revised section of the route. Those currently using this stretch of SB32 as a recreational route to and from the A43, perhaps dog walkers, will have a new recreational circular route around the balancing pond in the landscaped area in the southwest corner of the Towcester Park site. The benefits are essentially to the local and wider regional economy and are all established in the planning merits of the development, for which planning permission has been granted and which are not to be reopened now. More detail is given at paragraph 9.4 of our statement of case, including 538 net additional jobs for Towcester, an uplift in local productivity, units of a size tailored to local demand, and improvements to local sustainable transport measures. There would also be gains for the regional and national economies and to the local environment. The government is relying on the planning system to deliver the growth that is essential to the nation's balance sheet and that also responds to the challenge of climate change. We say, as does the council, that the balance of the merits test falls decisively in favour of making the order. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Do the objectors have an opening statement that they wish to make? Okay, we'll hear from BHS first.
Morning, everybody. My name is Claire Marshall, and I'm a volunteer representing the British Horse Society, local horse riders, including local equestrian business and other businesses reliant on the local equestrian community. I have also been a member of West Northants Local Access Forum since April 21 and have also been chair for the last 18 months. I believe I am a competent and experienced horse owner and rider, having been a regular horse rider since the age of 11 and horse owner since 1999. For the last 13 years, I have needed to use an A road, which has become increasingly busy to reach my local bridleway network. I'm familiar with a large selection of bridleways in the area and am thus aware of the issues local horse riders face. I have ridden my horses in many situations, over, under and alongside railways, used bridges over motorways and even crossed the A43 dual carriageway at Tiffield in the past. In terms of relevant training, I have completed relevant practical riding and stable and horse management skills up to BHS level 3, including the BHS Riding and Road Safety Certificate, and was successful in obtaining a professional groom certificate. I have also attended British Horse Society volunteer training courses relevant to rights of way to help me support local users, many of which are members of Northants Bridleways Group, in dealing with issues on the Bridleway network. Our Bridleways Group Facebook page now has more than 1.1k members. Paragraph 1.4 of DEFRA Rights of Way Circular 109, relevant to this inquiry and government planning practice guidelines, sets out a good introduction relating to importance of need to preserve rights of way in any development plans. This states, England's extensive network of public rights of way is a unique and valuable resource which provides the opportunity to experience the immense variety of English landscape and the settlements within it. Rights of way are both a significant part of our heritage and a major recreational and transport resource. They enable people to get away from the roads used mainly by motor vehicles and enjoy the beauty and tranquility of large parts of the countryside to which they would not otherwise have access. Rights of way provide for various forms of sustainable transport and can play a significant part in reducing traffic congestion and harmful emissions. They are becoming more important as increases in the volume and speed of traffic are turning many once quiet country roads into unpleasant and sometimes dangerous places for cyclists, equestrians, walkers and carriage drivers. Whilst Bridleway SB32 may be considered by some to be an insignificant section of network, whose partial extinguishment is of no real loss to the community or its users, we consider it provides an essential link to wider network of roads and bridleways for users that are currently denied safe access to routes on either side of the A43. Lack of safe crossings over major trunk roads has become a major issue. We don't believe enough consideration has been given to how this development opportunity could improve facilities for users, NPPF, National Planning Framework Policy, Para 105, rather than accept the status quo that the route was severed when the A43 was dualled and is thus of no consequence. The definitive map and statement states that Bridleway SB32 crosses the A43, but as motor traffic has incrementally increased over the years, making the informal crossing more hazardous, we believe a formal crossing for users should have been introduced to ensure that it remained as safe as possible to use. Highways Act 1980, Section 130 or 137. Whilst the fate of the Bridleway SB32 is the subject of this inquiry, there are several other rights of way in the vicinity which will also be directly impacted by the development, either due to subsequent increased traffic volumes on A43 or their proximity to the development and new roundabout access at the Holcut turn. Local pedestrians, cyclists, horse riders and disabled wheelers are currently denied safe access to Tiffield, Towcester, Shires Estate, Eastern Nest and Holcut, Caldicote and beyond. The British Horse Society, together with forum members of West Northants Local Access Forum, objects to the partial extinguishment of Bridleway SB32 on the grounds that it is not necessary to extinguish to allow the development to take place. The bridleway can be diverted. We also object to non-inclusion of local horse riders and had set out reasons why they should be included in our statement of case and proof of evidence. We would ask that the inspector rejects the proposal for partial extinguishment in favour of diverting SB32 and ensuring ensuring inclusion of all users, including equestrians, in any diversion or alternative route to preserve the historic integrity and sustainability of the route.
Thank you very much. And does Save Towcester now have an opening statement?
Thank you. Actually, we're just going to read through the summary proof that's been distributed, if that's okay. Oh, it's relatively short. It is very much a summary. Okay, so I'm Anne Gray and I'm representing Save Towcester Now. Save Towcester Now argues.
You might just need to speak up ever so slightly. I think it is on, but.
Save Towcester Now argues, firstly, that the application under appeal does not meet the need tests in section 257, that West Northampton Council has not fully and appropriately assessed the application to extinguish Bridleway SB32 under section 257 in issuing a path order, and that the applicant has contravened section 137 of the Highways Act 1980 that requires that the route must remain open and the surface undisturbed until the path order has been confirmed. Hence, we request that the inspector determines that the path order should not be confirmed. And we set out 4 reasons. Reason 1, temporal issues relating to issuance of the path order, works on site, and future fulfilment of a path order if confirmed. West Northampton's statement of grounds states at 7.3 that most outline planning permissions do not contain sufficient information to enable the effect on any right-of-way to be assessed and are not required to do so, and consequently such matters are usually dealt with during consideration of the matters reserved under the planning permission. As detailed below, it was not. Our detailed proof of evidence sets out a chronology that's relevant to understanding how SB32 was considered over time. I set out the highlights, which are at the Planning Committee meeting of January 2021, Councillor Hollowell counselled the applicant to heed the provisions of section 257 and statute on impending PROWs, showing surprise that a section 257 application had not been made. With that in view, at the March 2025 Strategic Planning Committee, the chair of the meeting opines on SB32 that, quote, it's out of our hands and that the SOS will opine. Based on the applicant's response to questioning, no diversion was considered, and the spine road routing was again presented as an alternate to SB32. As at outline stage, plans assumed extinguishment with SB32 not marked. It's not clear how section 257 2A and B have been given due consideration by the OMA or the applicant, or indeed that the councillors have been given the opportunity to review those. So paragraph 1, which you can see conflicts with the applicant's statement. It's statement of case 8.10, which says compliance of the proposals with the MPPF was properly considered during the planning process. We believe it was not. We would argue that counter to OMA's description in its statement of grounds 7.3, no effort was made to fully explore need and opportunity for improvement or diversion. The OMA has simply proceeded on the basis that extinguishment is a necessity. OMA was minded to abdicate responsibility to SOS as stated above. In doing so, it failed to use the power it had to require amendments to plans and to impose further conditions to protect SB32. Our key concerns are that if the inspector is minded to confirm the path order, then firstly, the definitive map will be left with a non-continuous PROW, where before it was continuous and well networked. B, irrespective of perceptions of risk, the public will have less opportunity than in the past to enjoy healthy routes in their countryside. C, The opportunity for safety and sustainability improvements in line with One Left aspiration will be lost forever. And D, notwithstanding its deficiency as a diversion, and I'm happy to go into that in questioning, the alternative may be delayed in delivery or indeed never materialise, given that there is no obligation on the applicant to provide the alternative route they talk of, or Bell Plantation to provide the link to SB32 they talk of. Reason 2, provision for, and E, the applicant's statement of case at 8.4, for the avoidance of doubt, the alternative route will not be delivered before SB32 has been stopped up. So it's a definitive statement. Reason 2, provision for walkers, cyclists and equestrians in legislation, regulation, policy. Our detailed proof of evidence sets out provisions we believe have been contravened. Informative 5 to the decision notice dated June 2022 again refers to diversion, not extinguishment. So it kind of confuses the issue for councillors. IM Properties has at various times chosen to take actions that have had the direct effect of actually obstructing SB32 or giving the appearance to users that the route is barred. Our detailed POA expands on this in some detail. Reason 3, the applicant's and the OMA's analysis of need. The applicant reveals in various documents and actions its attitude to the existence of SB32. Our detailed POE expands. We argue that the applicant has routinely based its case on incorrect non-use and therefore lack of need. And I'd be happy, Mum, to expand on why I believe that it is incorrect. In contrast, if a route is perceived to be unsafe, then understandably many users will be dissuaded from using it. However, as demonstrated by surveys, some will continue using such routes, and I contest the data that's been presented. Under Highways Act 1980, Section 59, the OA has a duty to maintain all public highways, which extends to bridleways, and I quote the Mills versus Barnsley Metropolitan Council case, which sets a precedent for local authority statutory maintenance obligations of public rights of way. Vastly increased traffic volumes in the intervening years do indeed create a heightened perception of danger. The reality, though, is that some local people do use the SB32 route. The STN Facebook group has received messages from a number of past and current users of SP32, including horse riders, with confirmation of use and widespread support for a bridge connection. 4 specific responses are reflected in our detailed proof of evidence. During COVID lockdowns, when A43 traffic volumes were low and it was possible to saunter across the A43 to fully enjoy the benefits of the local network of interconnected public rights of way, there was no perception of danger. Thus, the applicant's position reflects its own perception of reality in a moment in time when its priorities are maximising commercial footprint for optimal return on investment. But times change and perceptions do too, based on circumstance and actions that could be taken in the future. More significantly, the usage arguments the applicant seeks to establish is irrelevant. Firstly, based on the fundamental concept, once a highway, always a highway. Secondly, if SB32 were made safe for all authorised users, then would it be used and would it contribute to modal shift targets, health and well-being, protection of a coherent network of public rights of way and sustainable communities? We believe the answer to be yes. We contend that the OMA has not upheld its obligations under sections 58 and 59 of the Highways Act 1980 to take reasonable care to inspect, maintain the area of highway, in this case bridleway, in question to ensure that it is not dangerous in the ordinary course of events, and has missed the opportunity to make provision for improvement measures through conditional provisions in the Section 106 agreement and the Travel Framework Plan. Our detailed evidence further supports this view. STN asks the inspector to consider the need argument in the context of benefit for current and future generations and the potential for diversion or maintenance with safety improvements, such as required by statutory obligation and supported by One Left. If the path order is confirmed, then those opportunities will be lost forever. If the path order is not confirmed or confirmed with conditions, then the opportunity exists to enable commercial development to coexist equitably with safe, pleasant, protected ancient routes connecting to a broad network. We argue that there need not be a conflict between the development and the right-of-way. The applicant and OMA have presented a black and white argument in this regard. And the reason for inaccurate presentation of facts by the applicant and OMA. The application was for extinguishment of SB32 with no diversion proposed. References to alternative routes are a distraction since they do not aid the connectivity of the PROW network and in their own right have limitations. And I'd be happy again to expand on what we consider to be the limitations. And we would argue that they have inherent safety issues. Again, I'd be happy to expand. We question the applicant's assertion that 7.2a of its statement of case, stopping up this part of SB32 is necessary to ensure a private and secure employment environment for future occupiers and to avoid significant limitations on the development footprint within Zone C. SB32 could be retained or amended with adjustment to plans, but not necessarily significant limitations in the context of the overall scheme. We contest the applicant's assertion that 7.2b of its statement of case. SB32 predates Iron Properties' acquisition of this parcel of development land. It was there before. We question the applicant's assertion that 7.2c of its statement of case. And the OMA's statement of reasons at 4.8 focuses on the existence of an approved planning permission as justification for the order to stop up SB32 and claims there is a legal requirement to do so. WNC is not a lawmaker, and grant of planning permission promising things that are not within their gift does not amount to a legal entitlement. Just like so, just as a slight addition, we've reviewed the lists of rights-of-way order information decisions of maps on the government website as published in 2023, 24, 25. And it's really gratifying that the vast majority of applications are for modifications and diversions, where modifications represent upgrades and additions that coexist with necessary development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to call your first witness now?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to call Mr. Longbottom. If we could have a moment just to allow him to get to the witness table, please.
Madam, while that's happening, I can confirm that we on this side have now received the British Law Society proof from the case officer.
Okay, thank you.
And we've sent it to the council. I don't know whether the council will be able to produce hard copies in the break.
Yes.
But you've got it anyway, haven't you?
Yes,
Yeah,
I have, yes.
okay.
And if anyone has their copies in computer form that they could email of their opening statements, that would also be very helpful, as it will save me scanning them in and sending them on.
Are you ready, Mr. Longbottom?
Yes.
Good. If I could ask you, please, to have out your proof of evidence and to turn to page 2, which is the introduction section. I'll introduce you first of all. So you tell us at paragraph 1 that your name is Andrew Longbottom and that you're a major projects officer within the Place, Economy and Environment Directorate of West Northamptonshire Council. You say you hold a degree in economic development and planning, and you have a master's degree in town planning from Coventry University, and that you're a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. Is that all correct?
Yes, it is.
And in terms of your experience, you tell us at paragraph 2 that you've been employed as a local planning authority town planner since 1995 for Northampton Borough Council, East Northamptonshire, South Northamptonshire Council before South Northants was amalgamated into West Northamptonshire Council in 2021, and that you've specialised in the processing of large major planning applications since 2011, delivering large residential and commercial development across the administrative area of the council. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And then in terms of going to paragraph 4 of your proof, in terms of background matters, you tell us that you've been engaged with the development since the first pre-application inquiry was submitted to the council in 2017, that you were the council's case officer for the hybrid application and presented the application to council members on each of the 3 occasions that it was considered by the planning committee, that you were also the case officer for the determined reserve matters applications, which relate to zone B and C, defined within the parameters plan. And you were also the council's case officer for the application to stop up Bridleway SB32. And you wrote the council report that recommended that the stopping up order be made. Is that all correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And turning to paragraph 5 and the scope of evidence, you tell us there that your evidence covers the hybrid planning permission, whether the stopping up is necessary in order to enable development to be carried out in accordance with the planning permission, the advantages and public benefits associated with the development, the provision of a footbridge across the A43, and you respond to objections insofar as they relate to planning matters. Is that all right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I understand you've got a factual correction to make to your proof.
There's an error in paragraph 54 where I refer to appendix 7. It should be in appendix 6. And in paragraph 66, when I'm referring to the paragraph in manual for streets, instead of paragraph 4.1.1, it should be 4.4.1.
Thank you very much. Now, can I ask you, first of all, to take out the definitive map, which is in Appendix 13 of the Council's Statement of Reasons? And just tell me when you've got there.
I have that open, yes.
And just for the avoidance of doubt, could you identify the current route and location of SB32 and the part of the bridleway that's proposed to be stopped up by the order?
So SB32 runs from Tiffield Road, just opposite SB1, where that terminates onto Tiffield Road, and runs in an easterly direction across the field and terminates at a point at the top of the embankment for the A43 dual carriageway.
Thank you. And the part to be stopped up is?
The part to be stopped up is a bit between Tiffield Lane and the top of the embankment of the A43.
Thank you. And then turning back to your proof of evidence and the hybrid planning permission that's been granted on the site, this is in paragraph 6 to 14 of your evidence. Can I ask you to turn to paragraph 6, first of all? Before we look at the nature and the extent of the development that's been permitted, please can you summarise the development plan site allocation that supports the development?
Yeah, it's a development allocation north of Towcester, and it's for 21 hectares of new mixed employment generating development, which requires an integrated, coordinated and comprehensive planning approach. And a master plan must be prepared as part of that in consultation with the local highway authority and other statutory undertakers. It requires a mix of uses on the site, B1, B2, B8, in a proportion to be decided by a market study. Part 4 of the policy requires a new roundabout divided at the junction of the A43 and Northampton Road, and the closure of the central reservation at the Tiffield Lane junction in order to improve road safety on the A43. Part B also requires good accessibility to public transport services, including the cost of diverting any bus routes. Part C requires a transport assessment and travel plan to be submitted, and the transport implications of the proposed development to be identified and mitigated. Part D requires provision of new footpaths and cycleways that link to existing networks and safe crossing points on the A43. There's a section that 5 deals with specific design and place shaping, and it deals with the heritage impacts and archaeological impacts.
Thank you very much. And then at paragraph 7 and 8 of your proof, you explain the consent that was granted in June 2022. Could I ask you to explain the aspects of the development that were granted in outline and the aspects that were granted permission in full at that point?
So if you're looking at my my proof and Appendix 4, it gives the approved highways plan.
Sorry, are you asking us to turn up Appendix
Yes,
4? Yeah,
4.
that's absolutely fine. So AL4. Just bear with me a moment. Yes, thank you. Go on. Are you there, ma'am?
So this shows the access arrangements that are approved as part of the hybrid planning permission. And going from right to left includes improvements to Northampton Road with a 2-metre wide shared cycle footpath cycleway, and build outs on the on that road to provide traffic calming. It provides a new roundabout on the A43 to provide a new access into the site, built somewhat offline to assist its delivery. And then you have a new spine road running through the development with a 3-metre wide shared footpath cycleway on the southern side, and a bus turning loop as well. Then moving further along, the section in green shows a realignment of the Tiffield Road. And moving first down south down the Tiffield Road, there is a new lay-by, and then the junction of the A43 with Tiffield Road becomes a left in, left out only.
And that plan at AL4, is that a conditioned plan as part of the hybrid consent?
Yes, it is.
And are all of the various highway interventions that you've explained, are those granted permission in outline or in full?
This is there in full, so the highway works is part of the full part of the permission.
Thank you. And then could we please turn up your Appendix 3, which is the parameters plan? It's also in the book of plans, if that's easier.
There are some more aspects to the full planning permission as well, which we might want to look at.
Yeah. So
if we can look at the applicant's book of plans.
it's Plan 3 in the book of plans.
And if we looking at plan 4 in the book of plans.
Do you mean this plan?
That's it,
Okay.
yes, which is the phasing plan.
And what does that plan show?
So the areas in the green hash are the areas which have got full planning permission. So not only did we grant full planning permission for the highway works, there was a large part of the structural landscaping formed part of the full planning permission as well. So the area at the southwest corner where the attenuation pond is, that has a benefit of full planning permission, as does some of the levelling of the plots, which are shown hashed in green. That has full planning permission for those works to be carried out as well.
Thank you. And then if we can go back to the parameters plan, which is in your Appendix 3, but also in Plan 3 of the Book of Plans. Could you please explain how SB32 interacts with or comes into conflict with that conditioned plan?
Yeah, this is the approved parameters plan, which is granted planning permission as part of the development. And I think it's condition 45 of the planning permission requires development to come forward in accordance with that plan. And if you look at the zone C1 and C2 plot, it gives finished floor levels. So you've got a finished floor level, minimum finished floor level of 102 meters and a highest floor level of 107 meters. The land levels of the area which is to the southwest, which is where the tenure is around about 95, 96 finished floor level above sea level. So what the planning permission requires is the development to come forward at a much higher land level than is currently the case. So that creates a physical barrier to the SB32 continuing along its approved legal route.
Thank you very much. And just going back to the appendices to your evidence, if we can have a look at, so if we have a quick look at appendices 1 and 2, those are indicative master plans. Now, could you just explain whether those plans are conditioned and also what they show in terms of development?
No, they're not conditioned because there are a number of different ways which the development could come forward, and these are two examples of that. The main difference is in zone C. One has 2 units in zone C, and other master plans has 1 unit in zone C. Sorry, beg your pardon, 2 units in zone C or 3 units in zone C. And the reserve matters came forward with 2 units in zone C. That's what was granted consent at the reserve matters stage.
Thank you. And could you just help with the interaction of SB32 and the buildings that have actually been approved through the reserve matters stage?
Yeah, this isn't the approved reserve matters stage, so that isn't the plan, but it's very similar. But it shows that where SB1 meets Tiffwood Lane, you see that point there, that's where SB32 starts, and it continues diagonally across the site. As you can see, that it runs through pretty much the centre of the building.
Yes, and it may be helpful to turn up the Plan 1 in the Book of Plans. That is a plan entitled Composite Plan of Approved Details. And does that show the building that was approved at the reserve matters stage for Plot 2?
Yes, and it usefully shows the routing of SB32 across the site.
Thank you very much. And then finally, if we could look at Appendix 5 to your evidence, which is a landscape section plan. I can ask you to explain the status of this plan. Is it conditioned, or what consent does it relate to? And also, what of relevance does it show the inspector in terms of the interaction of SB32 in the development?
So we took the application for Plot 2, which is application 5054, to committee, and that had a cross-section plan which is the same as this one, only in as much that this one has improved landscape on it, which is something that the members asked for. So this, in terms of the earthworks, this is the same plan that was approved at reserve matters, but this is approved through a planning condition which required enhanced landscaping. So this is the approved cross-section plan. And as you can see, there's a need for to adopt the levels. There's a need for a very abrupt change in levels, which are achieved through supporting structures. And you'll see that cross sections AA, BB, and CC deal with the section down the western boundary of the site, and it shows the retaining structures which effectively form a physical barrier to SB32 being able to carry along its approved route.
Thank you very much. And then having looked at those plans, in your professional view, is the stopping up necessary in order to enable the development to be carried out in accordance with the planning permission that has been granted?
Yes, the SB32 cannot continue along its current route.
Thank you. And then turning then to the section of your proof of evidence that deals with the advantages and public benefits associated with the development, could I ask you to read out paragraph 20, please?
IM Properties submitted an economic impact assessment as part of the development where the economic benefits of the development were set out. The document was assessed by the Council's Economic Development Team, who concluded the assessment provides a robust evidence base for the economic benefits of the development. The benefits of the development as stated within the economic assessment were the creation of 1,464 full-time jobs, including 538 net jobs for Towcester. This is based on the density of jobs created for the proposed use per square metre of floor space created in the proposed use spaces on the proposed uses and quantum of each use granted permission. The quantum of jobs created is based on information within the Employment Density Guide issued by the Homes and Communities Agency. The number of potential jobs for Towcester has been based on census data, which details how many people travel outside the area for work. The development would create 76 full-time construction jobs. This is calculated based on the proposed estimate investment of £100 million. Further benefits will be derived from the need to hire equipment for the site, such as cranes, etc., through supplies of materials such as steel, bricks, tarmac, blocks, and other such construction materials. The development would result in an uplift in GVA gross value added to the economy. Gross value added is an indication of how much additional value will be added to the economy as a result of the development. It measures the value of goods and services produced minus the cost of their production. It's been calculated that once completed, the development will annually add approximately 60 million to the South East Midlands area. The Section 106 agreement requires the submission of an implementation construction employment plan and operational employment plan. The construction employment plan will include measures to provide training, the use of materials from South Midlands areas. The operational employment plan will provide details of employment and skills training through the operation of the building. The construction employment plan was submitted to the Council on the 1st of September 2025. An independent study of market demand carried out by Montague Evans in 2019, prior to the submission of the hybrid application, concluded there was a strong demand for smaller units up to 2,300 square metres, often allowing local businesses to expand. A reserved matters application for the units on phase 2 has been submitted under reference 2025-2432, and it shows a series of 5 proposed units with floors ranges from 1,030 metres to 1,635 metres. This reserved matters application is currently undetermined. The Section 106 agreement entered into in connection with the development also included a priority and cascading mechanism to promote and facilitate the provision of small units. There have been a number of accidents on the existing junction of the A43 and Northampton Road, which will be replaced with a new roundabout. From the data contained within the applicant's transport assessment, which relates to the period to 2014 to 2018, during this time there were 10 recorded collisions, 1 resulted in a fatality, and 3 serious collisions. The majority of the collisions were the result of cars pulling out of the junction, vehicles losing control, and rear collisions. The new roundabout would result in a safer arrangement, which does not result in cars having to cross the central station of the busy A43. The development will deliver net benefits for local accessibility, including the provision of cycle and pedestrian routes to Towcester along the Spine Road and a footway connecting to the signalised safe crossing point at the proposed roundabout onto Northampton Road. From here, a new off-carriageway shared use footpath cycleway will be provided. The development also includes an area of landscaping which will be open for the use of the general public for walking and cycling around the proposed attenuation pond. The safeguarding of land to allow access to a new football club and land for a period of 10 years. The adjoining land to the development, which forms part of the allocation under policy AL1 of the South Northamptonshire Local Plan, requires 6 hectares given over for use by Towcester Town Football Club. If for whatever reason the development AL1 does not come forward, then the Section 106 agreement for AL3 site safeguards land which can be used as an alternative means for accessing the Towcester Town Football Club land, provided this is within 10 years of the commencement date.
Thank you very much. If we could move on then to the question of the construction of a new footbridge across the A43, and that's something you deal with at paragraphs 21 to 25 of your proof of evidence. Now, the question of construction of a footbridge over the A43 was considered during the planning application process. Can you please help with why it was considered and at what location?
I think there was representations from Tiffield Parish Council that they would like to see a footbridge across SB32, which is the bottom of Tiffield Road. And there was also conversations I had with local members who also said that should be considered. So the consideration was it was likely to come up at the planning committee, which dealt with the hybrid application. So a section was put in the report to set out what officers' views were on that footbridge. So it wasn't just dealt with orally, and members could consider their views about a footbridge at SP52 before the planning committee.
Thank you very much. And if we can just turn up the officer's report, it's in a number of locations, but one is Appendix 7 to your proof of evidence. And if we could go, please, to PDF page 56, starting at paragraph 9.178. And just tell me when you're there.
Yep.
And this is the section where you deal with the provision of a footbridge over the A43. And can I ask you to go down to paragraph 9.183 and please read out 9.183 to 9.186.
Options to improve the connectivity via SB52 were examined by the applicants at the pre-application stage. The first option was an improved at-grade crossing. However, this was discounted due to vehicle speeds on the A43. The second was an overbridge with ramps at an existing crossing point. However, this would require use of land not within the control of the applicant or Highways England, and therefore the applicants discounted the option. Policy AL3 does not state that the development has to provide a footbridge at this location, only that there must be new footpaths and a cycleway to link the development to the town, which the applicant does provide via the new A43 roundabout. Using this route, the distance from the centre of the site to Towcester Town Centre is approximately 2.1 kilometres. If the footbridge option were to be utilised, the distance would be 1.95 kilometres. Therefore, using this measure, the footbridge option is only marginally preferable, however, not to the extent that the proposed solution becomes objectionable. I can see that connecting the site to the Tesco on Old Tiffield Road has advantages in that workers could buy lunches and other daily supplies. However, it is likely that such provision will be provided within the development as Zone A, which includes potential retail and petrol filling station uses. Hence, whilst I can see some limited advantages in the footbridge option, but given the limited nature of these advantages and the fact the applicants do not own the land to deliver the footbridge option, it is considered that the proposed solution does meet the policy requirement, including those under policy N3 of the Part 2 of Local Plan, and that there is no sound reason to refuse the application on these grounds.
Thank you. And a few follow-up questions. The first is, did either the local highway authority or National Highways object to the planning application on the basis of the absence of a footbridge over the A43 at SB52 or indeed any other location?
No.
And the next, did the local highway authority or National Highways suggest that a Pegasus crossing was required over the A43 in order to make the development acceptable in planning terms?
No.
Thank you. Now, We'll move on then to response to objections, and the responses to the various objections are set out in detail in your proof of evidence, and we'll just pick up a few of those, please. If we turn to paragraph 31 of your proof of evidence on page 10, you respond there to a concern raised about the delivery of the spine road and the timescales for its delivery. Can I ask you to please explain how the delivery of the spine road is secured through the planning permission?
There's a condition on the planning permission that requires details of the timescales for all the elements of the road network to be set out and approved by the council, and the council has discharged that condition.
And what does condition 9 say about use of the site and the interaction between use and the delivery of the spine road?
Condition 9 links the delivery of the highway network to the use of the site, but there's a final stop point which says that all this must be delivered prior to the first occupation of the first building.
And by all this, you mean the
highway network, the roundabout and the spine road, and the other works on Northampton Road. All of that is captured in condition 9.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then at paragraph 32 of your evidence, you respond to concerns raised about the absence of specific provision in the spine road and route across the A43 for equestrian users, and you refer to the officer's report for the stopping up order. Can I ask you please to turn that up? I believe, ma'am, it's in a section of the website under reports. I think it's entitled Delegated Report, rather unhelpfully. Thank you. Have you got there, ma'am? And can I ask you to go to section 10 of the report? That's the appraisal section.
Mm-hmm.
And please read out paragraph 10.14, which is on PDF page 8.
A large proportion of the representations raise the issue that the development does not make adequate provision for horse riders, SB32 being a bridleway rather than a footpath. However, since the A43 was constructed, it has severed the route, making it impassable for horse riders. Therefore, it's considered that no loss of a usable, suitable route for horse riders would result as a consequence of the proposed changes. As set out in paragraph 10.10 above, the proposed route is considered to provide a safer route and improved provision for cyclists.
Thank you. In your proof of evidence at paragraphs 46 to 54, you respond to objections raised by Save Towcester Now regarding local highway authority consultation responses and the allegation made that they have been sterilised or not properly taken into account by the council. Can I ask you to turn up firstly Appendix 8 to your proof of evidence?
Yes, I have that.
That should be the local highway authority's response of the 3rd of December 2020 to the hybrid planning application. Have I got that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Good, okay. And if we go down to PDF page 3 of that document, we can see a section entitled Public Rights of Way. Do you see that?
I do.
And when the local highway authority were consulted on the hybrid application, did they object to it on the basis of a public rights of way issue?
No.
And we can see from a public rights of way perspective, there is considered to be no fundamental problem with the planning application as made. That's the first sentence. And then they go on to say something about the stopping up order. Could you please summarise what their position was at that time?
They didn't object to the application or stopping up order, but they made comments that there would be a preference for a diversion of the footpath rather than stopping up.
Thank you. And then when we get to the consultation on the stopping up order, we've got their response, the local highway authority's response at Appendix 19 to Save Towcester Now's statement of case. If I can ask you to look at that, please.
Was it Appendix 19?
Appendix 19, yes, it should be a local highway authority response dated the 17th of April 2024. Have you got it?
Yes.
Good. Have you got it, ma'am? Great. Okay, thank you. So this is a local highway authority's response when they were consulted on the stopping up order itself. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And can you please just take the inspector through what their response was at that point?
They say that the LHA knows the surveys have been carried out in both 2019 and 2020, which shows the amount of movement along a section of highway by any user type was nil. The local highway authority notes the route is overgrown and would require users to then cross the A43 to continue to Towcester, which is certainly not deemed to be safe or advisable, especially for horse riders. The LHA is aware that by extinguishing a section right away, it would sever any future link. But with the significant funding that would be required by National Highways to install a bridge over the section A43, it is deemed highly unlikely this will come to fruition. The applicant has proposed in place of this section of SB32 a pedestrian route along the Spine Road. This would provide a shared cycleway on the southern side of the road and a footpath on the northern side, along with a new crossing point, the proposed roundabout, and the Northampton Road A43, where a new combined footpath cycleway is provided. Horse riders have not been accommodated. However, it is highly unlikely that riders would bring their horses in such proximity to a busy dual carriageway.
Thank you. And then the final sentence of the response over the page. Do you read that out, please?
In regards to stopping up of this section right away, the local highway authority therefore has no objections to raise.
Thank you. And then the recent reserved matters application in relation to plot 2, the local highway authority's consultation response is included at AL6, so Appendix 6 to your proof of evidence. If I could ask you to look at that, please. That should be a response sent on the 15th of November of 2024.
I have that.
Good. And we can see at the bottom of the first page, there's a heading with public rights of way. And can you just explain whether or not there was an objection to the reserved matters application from the local highway authority?
There was no objection to this application from the local highway authority.
Good, okay. And then there is a local highway authority response from January 2022, which is referred to in, I think, all of the objectors' statements of case. And that's at Appendix 5 to Save Towcester Now's statement of case. Could I ask you to turn that up, please?
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. And if we look at the application reference at the top, that's 2021-18-19. Could you explain what that application relates to, please?
There were a number of commercial developments proposed in the local plan, and they were all given AL numbers. So we're looking at AL3. Obviously, there's an AL1, AL2, and there's an AL4 and AL5 as well. Neighbouring to the site to the west of the AL3 site is site AL1, and that has got hybrid and outline consent for development. And as it was going through that process, one of the applications was WNS 2021-1869. So this consultation response relates to AL1, which is another strategic employment site on neighbouring land to the west.
Thank you. And if we go down to page 2 over to page 3 and 4, there are various things said about Bridleway SB32.
Yeah.
Does SB32 cross that particular site?
No.
And if we go out of that document and into Save Towcester Now's Statement of Case, Appendix 5A,
Sorry, what was the reference within the?
Save Towcester Now's Statement of Case, Appendix 5A. This is another local highway authority response.
Yep.
Are you there?
I am.
Good. Okay. And we can see it's the same application reference.
Yes.
Do you see that? And it's the same date, the 25th of January.
Yes.
And if one scrolls down to the section on public rights of way at page 2 to 3, one can see that the comments made in respect of SB32 aren't in that particular response. Do you
Correct.
see that? Could you just explain the circumstances that led to a response being amended in relation to that application?
Yeah, we run a system here that is pretty much the same as most planning departments. Each application has its own number, and you consult the relevant stakeholders, and you quote that reference number, and you expect a response relating to that planning application. And what came back was a response which had one reference number which related to a site which wasn't AL3, but then started to discuss SB32. So it was unusual in that it strayed beyond the boundaries of just talking about one planning application. It also offered a very different view to an earlier view given by the local highway authority, and that they raised no objections to the hybrid application. And it was also from a different highways officer. So in response to it, we asked the local highway authority to clarify their position. You know, which of the two responses is it they wanted us to consider? And that resulted in a review and the changes that we see to those consultation responses.
Thank you. And then moving away from the January 2022 local highway authority responses and just dealing with allegations made by objectors more generally, there are a number of very serious allegations made by objectors, Save Towcester Now and others, to the effect that the stopping up of SB32 wasn't properly considered during the planning process, representations made weren't considered, there's been undue influence from the applicant's legal advisors, the council has sought to sterilise views of the local highway authority or put undue pressure on them and has acted against their advice. We can see these allegations in the statement of case from Save Towcester Now and also in their proof of evidence. Can I ask you whether you consider that any of these allegations made are fair or accurate?
They're not accurate, no.
And then there have been some further assertions made about the council's approach to determining the Plot 2 Reserve Matters application, effectively to the effect that the stopping up order wasn't properly considered during the determination of the reserve matters. Just in response to that, could I ask you please to turn up the committee report for the reserve matters application? That should be under the reports section, ma'am, of the website. And it's got the reference 2024 5009 and 2024 5054.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. And if you could go to PDF page 105 of that document, should be paragraph 7.78. And that's under a heading entitled The Impact of Development on Bridleway SB32.
Yep.
And we could see that the impact on SB32 is considered at paragraph 7.78 to 7.85.
Yep.
And could I ask you to explain how the Bridleway's existence was considered and addressed in the Reserve Matters report?
The report sets out the current position with regard to the Section 257 application, in that one has been submitted and we're going through the process of considering that. It sets out that the Section 257 is a separate legal process, and as such doesn't prevent a Reserve Matters application from being determined. And it also sets out that no condition can be placed to prevent any works on the bridleway, because it is not necessary as it's covered by other legislation.
Thank you very much. And then finally, could I ask you to return to your proof of evidence and turn up paragraph 81, page 20, and could you please read out your conclusion section?
In conclusion, my view, as set out in the report for the stopping up of the order, remains that the order is justified and should be confirmed. And my evidence in the inquiry, I have focused on the necessary tests and benefits of the development and the history of the application process in order to respond to specific objections. My evidence feeds into Mr. Carr's evidence concerning the merits tests and the overall legal tests for the confirmation of the order.
Thank you, Mr. Longbottom. I don't have any further questions, but there may well be questions from others.
I assume you will have some questions. Looking at the time, it might be a good idea to have a brief 15-minute break. So it's 11:45 now, so come back at 12 o'clock. And unfortunately, that means you won't be able to talk to anyone whilst
I am allowed to go to.
you're... Sorry?
I am allowed to go to the.
You're allowed to go to the
Yeah.
bathroom, yes. Okay, it is 12 o'clock and we will move on to the cross-examination. Who would like to go first, with the BHS or SAFTO? Okay.
Mr. Longbottom, can I direct you to the Safe Toaster Now statement of case, please?
Sorry, could you just repeat that? I didn't
The
quite
Safe
catch-
Toaster Now statement of case.
Sorry?
The Safe Toaster Now statement of case.
Okay.
I think page 16 onwards, you'll probably recognise the Local Highways Authority consultation response that you've previously referred to. I've put the full text in there as far as it's relevant to SB32.
Is this their response to the stopping up application?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so you see that page 16, 17. And then we get on to page 18. And you'll see there are two documents there under paragraph 7.
Page 8.
Page 18, item 7. There are excerpts from two documents.
No.
Oh, it's because you're on digital copy, I suspect. It's the physical copy, page 18. Okay. Statement of case, paragraph 7.
Paragraph 7. Starts with West
I think
Northamptonshire
if
Local
it's-
Access Forum.
It is a statement of case, but I think you're looking at the digital copy. I'm looking at the physical copy, and then we've got a disconnect. Yeah, sure. If not, I can find it in the digital copy. Unfortunately, it's printed on A5 size. It's the 16th of September 2025 statement of case.
Yep. What
Right,
paragraph?
if you look on the right-hand side, it's got page numbers. So if you look at the page numbers on the right-hand side of the document.
Yep.
Okay, I'm on page 18, according to
Right.
that.
That's paragraph 58.
That's very odd. Can you see a document from DTA?
I know it's in here. I've seen it.
I think we'll have to find the.
Yes,
the
I found it
digital
on
copy.
page
You've-
page 28.
Okay,
further-
so
further-
that's something, so I've got no Wi-Fi, unfortunately, so I can't get into the documents. We've got one that's sort of sporadically going in and out.
Okay. Well, what we found is on page 26, beg your pardon. And it's the DTA email.
Okay, so is there any reason why in the consultation response of the 21st of January 2022, the first one, which has all of the text that we've recreated in this document, is there any reason why SB32 should have been commented on at all if it was in relation to
So
AL1 1819?
so we're looking at the DTA email of
First
26th of January.
first of all, I'm asking, in the consultation response, is there any reason at all,
Which consultation response
25th of January 2022?
is that? You want to?
It's the one that I've just referred to in the previous pages. The
Is
text.
that one of your appendices?
STM5.
STM5.
STN5, that's easier.
It's this is the response that was later replaced by the local highway authority. Yes, I'm with you now.
It is.
Yeah.
And it's purportedly in respect of AL1,
Yes.
a different case.
Yes.
Okay, so the first question is there any reason why the local highways authority would have been opining on SB32 at all in respect of AL1?
No, I don't see why, but like I said, most planning councils send out a consultation on a particular application, then expect a response back into that one application. So it wouldn't normally transgress onto to another site.
Okay, so clearly it's sort of been lodged against the wrong case, that comment.
No, it's been right. It's been lodged against. Yeah, they made a comment on SB30 on the application for AL3 in a consultation response relating to AL1.
Yes. Okay, so you agree that it does relate to AL3?
Yeah, those comments related to AL3, yes.
Okay. Let's go back to the statement of case and the DTA documents. Do you recognise those DTA documents?
Yes.
My question is, why would a consultant for the applicant be writing directly to the local highways authority as a statutory consultee, asking them to retract something?
Well, it's quite common for consultants and the local highway authorities to discuss matters directly, because when you have an application such as this and you have transport assessments to do, there's a lot of methodology, etc., to be sorted out, and the scope of the transport assessment. So they do talk directly to each other, and I think in terms of this email, it was asking them to look at their response again. Which they did. Okay.
I mean, I'm going to leave the inspector to just make up her own mind on the basis of what we put in the statement of case. But
okay.
Do you agree that it's quite a dramatic change to go from the consultation response we've been talking about to a consultation response that says, as a later one that says, this site is not affected by a public right of way? Do you agree that that's quite a dramatic change? Turn of events?
Well, I think there's the email to DTA says it didn't represent their views. So in that regard, it shouldn't play a big part in determining a planning application. But if that document didn't represent their views, then me as a planning officer, I wouldn't want to rely on it in terms of advising the council whether or not to grant planning permission.
But this is a consultation response. So it represents someone's views in local highways.
It does, but when you're looking at a planning application, you would always take the latest views, the most up-to-date views.
Okay, well, we can see what the sort of sequence of events is there. So we'll just leave it. Can I please ask you about the bridge connection, since you brought it up? You talked about SB52, and council also asked you about to read out certain extracts from your evidence.
Yes.
What has SB52 got to do with Iron Properties? Does it touch its land at all?
No.
Okay. So is it correct that when you said that a bridge over the A43 at SB52 was not warranted on the basis of land ownership, that has any relevance at all to SB32? I
think, well, we're looking at SB52, whether it is in relation to issues raised by Titfield Parish Council and council members. So the reason we're putting it in there was to sort of give officers' opinion before we got to committee. And it was discounted for the reasons set out in the report. And I think it wasn't needed to make the application satisfactory in planning terms. And also, the land wasn't in the ownership of the developers to be able to deliver it in the first place.
Okay, so is land adjacent to SB32 in the ownership of the developer in this case?
I don't have full details of all land ownerships in front of me, I'm afraid.
That may be one that you need to ask one of the applicant's witnesses.
Thank you. Okay. Can I direct you to the map that the British Horse Society, no, let's forget that. Let's go to the book of plans. I think it's probably easier if we go to plan 16.
(16)
Yes. Can I ask you whether you agree that public footpath SB1 links to public bridleway SB32? It's shown as disconnected across the A43, but there's another point there.
Might it be easy to look at the definitive map, which has the numbers actually?
Can do. Which plan is that, please? Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't show everything I wanted to show, actually.
Okay, well,
It'll
perhaps
go
we
from-
perhaps we can look at the two in combination.
Yeah, let's do the two in combination. Good idea. So we can see that SB1 connects to SB32, connects to the second part of SB32, although we actually contest it's one and the same. Connects to RK3,
Yep.
connects to RK4, and then connects further to, if you look at then flip to 16, that long green public right of way that goes north-south.
Yep, I'm with you.
And then you can see generally on Plan 16 that there's a very nice network of public rights of way in this area. So do you agree that they're all interconnected?
They're not, I mean, SB32 does stop at the edge of the A43. So the SB32 is not connected to any of the right of ways on the eastern side of A43.
So does SB32 legally stop at the A43 or just as a consequence of history and dueling?
It legally stops, it's both, isn't it? It stops at the edge of A43 because effectively it would seem that A43 has been built upon it, and then in the legal translation of that, they've actually stopped SB32 at the highway boundary.
So the space in the central reservation, which is provisioned specifically for users of SB32 to get from what you're saying is one side to the other.
Yeah.
What's the status of that then?
That's highway land.
But that provisioning is for users of SB32 specifically.
There's no reason why people can't cross that highway land, but the actual right of way doesn't cross the road.
We turn to the new access road and pathway, which much is made of. And by the way, we welcome anything that improves connectivity and safer routes to work. But we think it's not quite the holy grail that it's presented as. So can I ask Mr. Longbottom, how many roads, if you were going from sort of Donkey Lane?
Is there a particular plan that you want me to? Should we have a look at the plan that we looked at earlier on, which was the full planning permission for the roads, which was my proof of evidence.
It's 4.
I think it's
Can't
4.
access it. Is that it? Is this in the book of plans?
No. It's attached to my proof of evidence.
Unfortunately, the digital copy doesn't have the appendices, so we have to go into each one and we have no
Understand.
connectivity. I mean, you can probably see it. It doesn't matter that I can't see it.
I'm just finding it at the moment. Yes, appendix 4.
Okay.
Yep.
If you were walking from Donkey Lane up to the A43 crossing,
I have absolutely no idea where Donkey Lane is.
that is, how do I describe that to you?
Tiffield Road and Donkey Lane are the same thing.
I said in a footnote to my opening that Tiffield Road is also known locally, it seems, as Tiffield Lane or Donkey Lane.
Yeah.
Tiffield Road or Donkey Lane?
Yeah. I've also seen reference to it as Tiffield Lane. And that might have been a misprint.
That's a developer
Yeah, might have been a misprint.
adoption.
But I got confused about that, which is why I put a footnote in my opening.
So the question is, if you were taking that route, either cycle or on foot,
Yes.
How many access roads would you have to navigate
Access roads, I mean,
along the Spine Road?
how many
This
different
is an
access, how
industrial
many
estate.
different access points into, I think it's 6.
Okay, and are any of those crossings controlled?
No,
Okay, and then once you've got across 4 lanes of dual carriageway on the new proposed crossing,
yes.
what happens then?
So there is a footpath that runs on the southern side. If you look at the arm coming off the roundabout, there's a footpath that runs on the southern side of that arm. And then some little distance, perhaps 50 meters, you then cross over cross over Northampton Road. And then there is the cycleway that runs down Northampton Road.
Yeah, so is there a controlled crossing on that bend where you're expected to cross over Northampton Road?
No.
Okay, what's your prediction of traffic volumes as a result of this development and all of the other developments and the new Gateway School and an expansion to the new Send School and expansion to the Gateway School just a little further north?
I don't have any traffic impact assessment figures.
Yeah, I can really, because
Cumulative.
we've sat in lots and lots of meetings over the last few years, and we know that the traffic volumes are going to expand
Yes.
considerably, and we
Yes.
know that the traffic volumes along Northampton Road are going to expand considerably.
I mean, I think obviously as part of Northampton Road, there is some traffic calming, which slows traffic down and also discourages people from using that route. So I think that needs to be taken into account as well.
Yeah.
It is a new spine road. It is a new safe crossing across the A43, which one didn't exist before. So I think in that respect, it is a betterment for connectivity.
Does it serve equestrians?
It is a public highway, so equestrians are allowed to use it.
And is the crossing of the A43 suitable for equestrians?
It's not specifically designed for equestrians, no.
And is the crossing across Northampton Road suited to equestrians?
I would not being a highway engineer, I'm sorry.
So in your judgment, is this a sort of sensible and suitable alternative for equestrians?
Alternative to what?
To SB52,
Well,
SB32?
SB32 isn't suitable for equestrians.
That's your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. So is the design for this alternative route, which is suited, you say, to pedestrians and cyclists, is the design for that, which I believe is proposed to be 2 meters shared use?
Yes.
Is that design confirmed and has a safety audit been completed?
My understanding, and the applicants will probably have to confirm this, my understanding is the 278 agreement has been completed for that section. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm trying to drive at is whether you can actually make that statement that your alternate route or the alternate route is safe.
Well, obviously, we have consulted both local highway authorities, the local highway authority and national highways, and neither of them raised any objections on highway safety.
Now to the outline planning permission. In an outline planning permission, which was granted in, well, at the January 2022 meeting and then confirmed in June 2022.
Yes.
Master plans were proposed. What's the nature of those master plans? Are they set in stone, or is the potential for, rejigging based on market surveys?
So they are indicative. I think it might be useful at this point to have a look back at the parameters plan, which is my appendix 3.
Yep.
So what it does is it shows for each zone the amount of development that can be accommodated in that zone and how many number of units can be within that zone. So it is more the parameters plan that controls the number of units and how that you will come forward rather than the indicative master plans. But the master plans were useful because it showed the direction of thought or the direction of travel for the developers.
So are these parameters plans also set in stone? Or could they change by the time you got to reserve matters?
No, condition 45 of the planning permission is that the development shall come forward in accordance with the parameters plan. However, to change the parameters plan, a formal application would need to be made to the council, as long as it wasn't a non-material amendment. But anything which is considered material would need a section, what's called a section 73 application.
Okay, so your expectation would be that whatever came forward for reserve matters had to be in line with the parameters plan you just highlighted?
Yes.
Okay. So what I was driving at there was that the path order was actually made in 2024 before reserve matters. It was made at the point at which the application was outlined only in terms of build out. Yes,
and I think it is the question is, can the development come forward and can the footpath continue on its line given the planning permission that we have granted? And it might be the case you make is that about it's being, that should be decided at the reserve matters stage, and that might be true for some sort of applications, but it depends on what the application you're looking at actually shows. And in this application, what you've got is a parameters plan, which shows levels, and because it's a sloping site, and these types of buildings take up large areas and have to be flat, you end up terracing quite a lot of the site. And as the site falls away towards the southwest corner, this results in the development sort of protruding out of the existing ground level by quite some margin. And that is clearly set out in the outline application. And it is the outline application that establishes that SB32 cannot continue on its existing legal route. But that reality doesn't have to be the case, does it? It's just what was put forward, you know. Well, it is. I mean, the test is whether the planning permission that has been granted prevents SB32 from. So the necessity test, and I think that's if you look at the process for section 257, that is one of the logical steps. You know, the existing is there existing planning permission for the development, and is there a need? Is the next step. So yes, there is an existing planning permission, which is the hybrid planning permission. The next stage is there a need for it to be stopped up? Because yes, it does, but it conflicts with the planning permission that's been granted.
Yes, can I ask a question then? Because I'm interested, yes, taking up your point on need. On page 7 of your final report, you talk about the Montague Evans and you referred to it.
So which report are we talking about?
So it's page 7 of your final proof.
This is my proof of evidence.
Yeah, and you talk about the Montague Evans. You referred to it in your earlier speech.
Yes.
And the need for concluded there was a strong demand for smaller units, which is true. Now, I'm just interested in talking of need, and you then just mentioned levels. You've got these differing levels. Wouldn't that sort of topography assist in a mix of a variety of small units at that point, with SB32 remaining in situ?
So the small unit.
I'm not entirely sure this question is relevant.
Okay, so it's simply the point that SB32 could have been accommodated within a different configuration.
I have to look at the planning permission that's been granted, so I can't consider what other permissions might have been granted, unfortunately.
Okay, it's simply at that point, it was parameters only, it wasn't, it was.
Yeah, I mean.
The permission was only on Spine Road and their access roundabout, wasn't it?
So the small units are zone D. So that's where the small units are going, and that is clearly set out in the parameters plan. Whereas zone C, where the conflict is for the bigger units. So we're looking at the planning permission that was actually granted.
Okay, let's move on. Can I ask what the local highways obligations are with regard to maintenance of public rights of way? please?
I don't know the answer to that. Sorry, Mr. Carr, who is more of our local highways expert, who'll be giving evidence after me. He'll
Okay.
probably be able to help you more with that.
Thank you.
In terms of maintenance and rights of way improvement plans, I will consider the right of way that is there as if it was open and available for use and maintained to a suitable condition for use as well.
Thank you. I'm done for now, thank you. I might have one or two more. I just need to refer to my notes. Thank you.
Can I
Sorry.
just, but final point, on page 8, your final proof of evidence, you talk about an access to the new football club,
Yes.
which, would you agree that it's correct to assume that a lot of the children that will use that club, because it's mainly a junior club, will come from the Shires estate?
That is it's a club for the whole of Towcester. So and it might be the surrounding village as well. You know, it's a club, so we don't really know where their club members will come from. So no, I couldn't say that.
But the closest residential area to the football club will be the Shires.
Yes.
Okay, so safe passage for all those children is paramount, isn't it?
Yes, and then that's what the new roundabout does with the control crossing.
Yeah, but when we say controlled crossing, there's no controlled crossing of Northampton Road.
If the local highway authority were consulted on the application and they didn't seem to think that one was needed, so they have looked at it, and plus it has to go through a section 278 agreement to alter the road, and I believe part of that is a looking at the safety of it, so it is being examined. So I think safety has been covered.
Okay, so if SB32 were to be extinguished, what would be left for pedestrians and cyclists to get to the Shires?
From where?
From the, let's say from the site, from anywhere on the site.
So you have the new Spine Road and the
No, because this Spine Road is not cast, it may not come forward. There may be no tenants for this site. Are there any tenants at the moment? We don't know. It's being advertised.
Okay, so
We're told it won't be in place.
You're asking what is the likelihood of the application actually coming?
No, I'm not. I'm saying if SB32 is extinguished as a result of this process, we've been told by the developer that at the time that happens, the Spine Road will not be in place. Where's safe passage?
There will be a time period probably between the closing of SB32 and the new road being built. Yes, that is true.
There will be no safe passage for a period of time indeterminate.
Well, it's true to say SB32 won't be there and the road won't be there. That is true for that period of time.
Thank you.
So do you have any more questions?
Yes. Yeah.
Or are we moving on to the BHS?
Sorry?
Are we going?
No, I have some questions, if that's okay. Yeah. You stated it is unlikely that horse riders would use the SB32. Did you not then see it as an opportunity to improve it and make it available and safe as part of the planning process?
We had a planning application in front of us to determine, and that didn't include any works to SB32. The application was to stop it up, and we considered that application on its own merits.
And how did you determine it was unlikely horse riders would go near a dual carriageway?
I didn't determine that. It was a view of the local highway authority.
I just be interested to know how they, what expertise they have to understand that horses would not go near a dual carriageway, especially as there's a Pegasus crossing 1 mile up the road, which crosses the dual carriageway. You referred several times to a footbridge for the footpath, but actually where this was considered was SB32, which is actually a bridle way. Why wasn't it considered for equestrians as well? Why just a footbridge? Why not a multi-user bridge?
The report to committees included a section on whether a bridge over A43 at SB52 was something that we should pursue as a local planning authority. But it was decided that for the reasons given in the report, it wasn't necessary. We didn't consider a footbridge at SB32 as part of the application.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is it seems that equestrians were never considered. Were they always going to be excluded?
So I don't agree that equestrians were never considered. There was in the transport assessment, there was a walking, cycling and horse riding assessment as part of that transport assessment. And that was and that included having meetings with the local highway authority to discuss that assessment. That assessment concluded that a Pegasus crossing wasn't needed. That was formally submitted to the council as part of the transport assessment. That was examined by our local highway authority, and they also said that a Pegasus crossing wasn't required as part of the development. So the questions were considered as part of the planning process.
I suppose my question would be, why was it considered equestrians didn't need to be included, yet pedestrians and cyclists did? You know, they're all users of the bridleway.
I think, and looking at one thing we have to make sure is that try and get people to walk and cycle to work. It's unlikely people are going to ride horses to work. So it does focus more on people who are cycling and walking as part of the getting access to the development.
Also, if the spine road leads to the crossing, and you're saying that equestrians can use that, how would it be seen that they could use that? Would they be using the road alongside HGVs with the cyclists on the cycleway? I didn't really understand.
I'm not saying it's specifically designed for equestrians. I'm just saying that legally, as a highway, equestrians would be allowed to use it.
And if that spine road leads to a crossing over the A43 for cyclists and pedestrians, then why? And you're saying equestrians could use that. Why are they not included in the crossing?
Well, we had an application in front of us to determine which did not include a Pegasus crossing. That was the application that was presented to us, and we had a situation where we had an assessment of the riding and horse riding as part of the application. We consulted the local highway authority, both of them, the local highway authority and National Highways, neither of them raised objections. We consulted local stakeholders, and I don't recall any of the stakeholders saying that a Pegasus crossing was required. So we determined it on that basis.
Yeah. And how does that comply with the Equality Act legislation? In terms of, I mean, the majority of equestrians are women, and some are children, and some are actually have mobility issues.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't discriminate against any particular gender more than any other gender.
My last and final question is, being as Para 105, which looks at improving facilities for users of rights of way, why again were equestrians not included when looking at improving facilities for users with that development as an opportunity?
I think, again, you're looking back at the walking, cycling and horse riding strategy assessment partner, and it's about identifying whether that is necessary under the circumstances of this application. And the local highway authority, who are responsible for also not just roads, but footpaths, bridleways, their advice was that one wasn't required.
My point would be, surely it is a necessity if they're also a user of public right of way, and you're considering that within the general plan.
You need to ask questions rather than make points.
Sorry. The other final question I had is, when you stated that SB32 stops at the A43, have you actually looked at the interactive map, the definitive interactive map on West Northants Council website? Have you looked at the description for SB32?
The interactive map isn't the definitive footpath map.
Sorry?
The interactive map isn't the definitive footpath map. There can sometimes be differences between the two.
It's representation, right? Okay. It's just that, yeah, it's described as crossing the A43.
I think we need to go by what the definitive footpath map goes by.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, do you have any clarification questions?
It's just one point, if I may. Mr. Longbottom, you were asked about the Equality Act 2010. Could I ask you please to turn up Appendix 9 to the Council's Statement of Reasons? It's a document entitled Equality Impact Assessment.
I have it, yes.
Good. And you'll see it's entitled Equality Impact Assessment January 2025.
Yes.
And can I ask you please to go down to page 3 of that document?
Yes.
And the third paragraph down says, the British Horse Society and the West Northants Local Access Forum raised the Equality Act 2010 in the context of the absence of provision for equestrians and the alternative route. In respect of protected characteristics, the British Horse Society state that the absence of provision for equestrians and the alternative route represents discrimination of equestrians, of whom the majority are women. Can I ask you please to read out the next paragraph?
The Council does not consider that the stopping up of the bridleway and absence of an alternative route for equestrian users will give rise to a disproportionate or differential impact on women. First, there is limited, if any, identifiable current use of the bridleway by equestrians. The part of the bridleway to be stopped up is not in practice a safe or attractive route and will appear to be used very rarely by equestrians. The British Horse Society, for example, refers to it being used during the pandemic lockdown in 2020 when the traffic on the A43 was reduced. Its representation also states that local horse riders have stated that they would use the bridleway if a safer crossing was incorporated, rather than they do routinely use it at present.
And the paragraph after that, starting further, please.
Further, the Council does not consider that the stopping up of the bridleway would impact any users that do exist in a differential or disproportionate manner on the basis of their sex. The impact on male and female horse riders would be the same.
Thank you very much. Nothing further for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, were there any other objectors in the audience that wanted to ask any questions as well?
You said in your start of your statement, the application part of the development.
Yes.
At what stage in that development were you aware that SB32 actually crossed the site and something would need to happen to?
I think, SB32 crosses the allocation in the first thing, so it's always going to be an issue, a planning issue coming forward. But I think as it's quite early on that the amount of land take that the developers were proposing to use within that site would necessitate something to be done or have a material impact on SB32.
Before the plans were actually developed?
Yes, I said that, obviously there's a bridleway there, and you'd have to. We went through what the process was if they wanted to affect it, but at the end of the day, it's for the developer to decide what it was they want to put planning permission in for.
about the inquiry, there was in your opinion, go ahead.
I never said to them that the diversion was preferable. I just said, you know, if you want to carry on with this development, you're going to have to deal with the SB32 issue, and they were well aware of that from a very early stage.
So, say the inquiry does say that it's not up. Is it technically feasible in your opinion to actually change or do something that would allow that, the right way to go?
I think the application is to stop up the footpath. So that's the application we're considering. And there's the tests that you go through, you know, whether it's necessary merits tests, etc. If the order is not confirmed, then obviously that puts the onus back on the developer to come up with a different solution. At that point, they may come forward with a diversion. I don't know. So that's the process as I understand it.
Yes, if there is a solution to actually divert it, then it isn't entirely necessary to stop up because they would then adapt the which they have to.
No, and we are determining an application for stopping up, and so we are saying that as a council that this passes the tests of which are set out in the section 257 application. If the inspector says no, the losses are greater than the advantages of a development, then the board goes back to the developers to come up with a different solution. Is that's
That would suggest that not absolutely necessary. It's just
no, it's
the warehouse actually stay up.
I think you're moving on to questions now that aren't relevant to the order that's before me.
Stopping up this forever. These warehouses, I think, probably is it about 60 or 70 years?
it's like any building. It depends on how well it's maintained.
But you know,
I'm not going to allow this question to continue because it's not relevant at all to my decision. Do you have any clarification questions?
Nothing further, thank you.
The one now on looking at the likely to say your next witness on the agenda for lunch. Is everyone happy? Is everyone happy with 45 minutes for lunch? Yes. Okay, so it is almost 1:45 now, so we will come back at 1:30. It is 1:30 and the inquiry is now convening again. Would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to call Mr. Carr. Good afternoon, Mr. Carr.
Good afternoon.
Could I ask you to have out, please, your proof of evidence at section 1 on page 1? And there you tell us that you're an independent consultant specialising in public rights of way and highway matters, and that you're a fellow of the Institute of Public Rights of Way and Access Management, a registered expert witness and a member of the Academy of Experts. And you tell us at 1.2 that your experience is based on an expertise that has developed over a 35+ year period as a public rights of way and highways practitioner. You also tell us that you have a postgraduate level certificate in leisure management and that you're a former treasurer and founding director of the Institute of Public Rights of Way and Access Management. Is that all correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then going down to paragraph 1.6 on the next page, you say that since 2003, you've worked as an independent consultant specialising in public rights of way and highway matters, and more specifically on matters relating to the existence, status and extent of public highways. And this includes matters relating to the diversion, creation and extinguishment of public highways. And you've prepared reports and given evidence at public inquiries and in various different courts. Is that all right? Thank you very much. And at section 5.1 and 5.2 of your evidence on page 6, you set out the scope, and at 5.2, you say that you cover the description of the order route, you provide an overview of the legal tests to be considered, and you explain your view as to whether those tests are met. Does that reflect the scope of your evidence? Good. Just a few points that I'd like to pick up then, please. Turning to section 6 of your proof, you describe the order route. And I note at paragraph 6.4, you say something about the likely use of the bridleway or the part of the bridleway that's proposed to be stopped up. Could you please summarise your view on likely use, having visited the bridleway and having reviewed the evidence? Thank you. And then I'd like to ask you about the modification proposed to the order map by the applicant, which you deal with at paragraph 6.5 and 6.6. Could I ask you, first of all, please, to explain by reference to the current order map and the definitive map what the amendment sought relates to? Thank you. And is there any objection from the order making authority then to this proposed amendment? Good. Moving on then to section 7 of your proof, where you deal with the legal test, and you've set out the test at paragraph 7.2, and you obviously defer to Mr. Longbottom for criterion A and criterion B, whether there's a valid planning permission in place and whether the proposed stopping up is necessary to enable the development to be carried out in accordance with the planning permission. And then you cover the merits test. In terms of the disadvantages associated with the order, could I ask you please to explain what you say those are by reference to paragraphs 8.8 to 8.10 of your proof? Thank you. And paragraph 8.10 of your proof on page 11, the final sentence, you say, whilst I accept that this provision doesn't address equestrian use, and by that you're referring to the spine road and the roundabout, you then say, I note that there is no actual connectivity between Bridleway SB32 and other traffic-free equestrian routes. Could you just explain what you mean by there being no actual connectivity between SB32 and other equestrian routes? Thank you. Turning then to discussions and correspondence between the British Horse Society and National Highways regarding a bridge over the A43. You say something about that at paragraph 8.11 of your proof of evidence, and just a few questions that arise. Have you seen any evidence that National Highways is actively considering providing a bridge at the SB32 crossing or anywhere else on the A43? And in terms of the confirmation of this stopping up order, if it were to be confirmed, do you consider that that would prevent a bridge coming forward at a different location? Thank you. And then having regard to the evidence, the written evidence and the evidence that's already been heard today, could I ask your professional view as to whether you think the order meets the relevant legal tests and whether it should be confirmed? Thank you. Then moving on to objections, and we'll focus on just a few points. You deal with objections at section 9 of your proof of evidence. Could I ask you to turn up paragraph 9.10 on page 15? And you refer there to allegations made by Save Toaster Now that the council hasn't taken consultation responses into account during the order process. And you confirm in that paragraph that you assisted the authority with responding to objectors after the order was made. And I'd like to ask this. As an external professional advisor assisting the council, can you provide your view as to whether the council did properly consider and respond to objections during the process, and whether their approach was in line with what you would expect from an order making authority, having regard to your experience? Thank you. And then the final point is in relation to the objection made by the British Horse Society, and you deal with that starting at paragraph 9.11 of your proof of evidence, and you refer to their suggestion that the order shouldn't be confirmed unless an appropriate diversion is put in place that is suitable for equestrians. In other words, or potentially a bridge over the A43. And you refer in paragraph 9.12 to the construction of the A43 as making the SB32 route unsafe. And I'd like to ask this. In your view, is the absence of a safe crossing over the A43 between the two sections of SB32 a consequence of or a disadvantage of this stopping up order? Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for you.
Okay, do the objectors have any questions?
Mr. Carr, you said that you had assisted West Northants in, well, you said responding to objectors. Okay. When you say responding to objectors, do you mean sending documents, statutory documents to objectors, or do you mean responding in another way to objectors? Okay, so does that mean that you weren't responding to objectors, you were forming a case for West Northants? Okay, I need to check with my colleague, but I'm not aware that Safe Toaster Now have had any correspondence from West Northants. Okay, we have no recollection of that. All we have seen is statutory notices. Okay, thank you. That, yeah. Appendix 8 to the Statement of Reasons. Thanks, we'll check that offline. Mr. Scott, are you aware that Safe Toaster Now has actually been trying to communicate with West Northants on the issue of public rights of way, notably SB32, but also importantly RK2, which is affected by the development, SB1 less so, RK1 less so, but we've been trying to communicate with the council since early 2021 and have had not a response. Okay, so it's just interesting in the context of assisting with responses to objectors, but that's okay. So just to clarify, Safe Toaster Now was trying to communicate from 2021 before even the Reserve Matters application was approved. In terms of, you made the statement that no reasonable person would use SB32. Okay, well, you know, SB32, you're saying has two parts. I consider it a continuous route. I use SB32, both parts, and I cross the A43, and I do the same at RK2, and I've done the same at RK1, and I regularly do the same at SB52. So does that mean I'm not a reasonable person? Oh, okay, well, I'm very foolhardy. What I also am is someone who really enjoys the countryside. I don't have a horse. So in terms of disadvantage and loss that you cover in 8.8 and that council asked you about, I don't consider it to be a cul-de-sac. And in terms of your comments on enjoyment and enjoyment, well, if it weren't there, my enjoyment would be diminished.
I
Sorry,
need
it's a statement.
you to ask questions, not
Sorry, it's a
statements.
Mr. Card, do you agree that SB32 touches, adjoins, abuts, well, not even abuts, is connected to AL1 and RK3? It's connected to AL1 over Donkey Lane, the other side of Donkey Lane. SB32, oh, so SB1, sorry.
They're not connected. There's a link, but they're not connected directly.
Okay, so as a walker, is it possible for me to have a continuous walk from top of SB1, beyond, further north, along SB32, both sides as you suggest, RK3 and then beyond?
Yes, I say in practical terms,
Okay, so just so that I make no statements and I continue asking questions. So is it possible for a person to have a lovely walk in the countryside that that takes in SB1, SB32, both sides, RK3 and beyond? Is it possible? Okay, I think we'll agree to disagree on that point because there is a reality. You made a statement that there's a barrier that prevents equestrian crossing of the A43. Is that, did I hear that correctly? Oh, the A43 itself is the barrier. Okay. There is a gap. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Mhm. Okay, thank you. And fun question. As a sort of public rights of way expert, can you tell me, is it possible for footpaths to be upgraded to bridleways?
Any agreements in progress and the MMO application for creation of proposals in respect of the design of the footpaths over in our through.
But legally, upgrade would be possible. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, just getting my thoughts together. You mentioned in your statement, e.g. bridge, but would you agree that other options are feasible, not just a bridge to cross the A43?
Yes. Possible.
And the other thing is, wouldn't you see with your rights of way experience that the development itself would allow an opportunity to improve the rights of way as per National Planning Framework, paragraph 105? You also mentioned that you don't consider, because there's no connectivity to bridleways, that it's of no real consequence that horses aren't really included. Are you aware that equestrians use the road network to reach bridleways? Yeah, yeah. So you would agree that a crossing to the road network, which would allow them potential wider access to the wider bridleways network would be a reason to include a crossing. Mm.
Very nice to have a bridge or a crossing point somewhere, but this isn't the location in order for a bridge.
And you also mentioned you were aware that a crossing point at the SB32 location had been added to the priorities list of national highways. Would you agree that that means if they've added it to the list of priorities, it's actually feasible to have a crossing at that location? Okay, thank you.
Do any of the other objectors have any questions? Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the conventions. They show.
Well, you asked the question of the conventions of the ordnance survey. The conventions of the ordnance survey is they don't claim to provide any evidence existing for public rights of way. And I've got the question back to you. Are you talking about the convention?
Well, how they show it on their mapping.
Let me clarify. Well, that's what I was trying to clarify.
Yes.
Clarify. Are you talking about what's something like a modern explorer style map, or are you talking about 19th century or
a 125,000.
Right. So modern mapping rather than
Sorry.
so modern rather than historic mapping.
Yeah.
Well, on modern mapping, they basically show exactly what the highway authority tell them to show, and they only make amendments when the highway authority or the surveying authority provide them with a legal order to show it. So sometimes you will find that they show routes going across roads, and other times you'll find that they show them stopping at highway boundaries. It rather depends on the information that the ordnance survey can provide. But the reality of the situation is that a highway can only have one status.
Could I have questions, please, rather than statements? I'm not entirely clear where this is going. It doesn't seem to relate to the order. It- I think Mr. Carr has already said that in his statement that it is not a cul-de-sac in terms of meeting another highway, but with the,
I've clarified the point.
I think we need to move on from this now. Have you got any other questions? Okay, any other questions from any other objectors? Okay, do you have any clarification questions?
Nothing, thank you, ma'am.
Am I right that that was your final witness?
Yes, that
Yes.
concludes the council's case. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Richards, would you like to move on to your witnesses?
Mr. Neil, can we just introduce you to the inquiry, please? Your name is Dave Neil and you're a director of DTA Transportation Limited, who are transportation planning consultants. And you specialise in expert advice on transport-related issues through a broad range of projects for both the public and the private sector. You're a fellow of the Institute of Highway Engineers, is that right?
That's correct.
And you tell us in paragraph 1.3 at the introduction to your proof that you have over 20 years experience in the field of highway development management and transport planning. And you give details of your public and private sector experience. And you tell us that you've been involved in this project since 2017, is that right?
That's correct.
Good. The first matter that I'd like to cover with you, please, in evidence in chief, is the network of public footpaths, bridleways, highways, and we could perhaps usefully use the British Horse Society's plan that was produced this morning. Have you got a copy of that?
Yes.
How does the section of SB32 that is being proposed to be stopped up fit in the overall network in this part of the country?
In my opinion, I think it'll have little impact on the wider rights of way network due to the severance caused by the A43. Really, in practical terms, doesn't really provide any connectivity between those other wider rights of way points.
I mean, the A43, as we've heard, is something of an obstacle to linking the public rights of way network to the west of it and the network to the east of it. Insofar as this morning we had a description of trying to either walk or ride a horse on the network to the west of the A43 and access the network to the east of the A43. What opportunities are there for doing that on the existing network to cross the A43?
Well, the current opportunities in terms of if we work along the plan in front of us. So SB52, there's effectively a hard standing in the central reservation between either side of the A43. SB32, there's a gap in the central barrier, and RK1 and RK2 effectively terminate on the western side of the A43. Again, there's gaps in the central barrier to facilitate the crossing over, but there's no formalised crossing.
Okay. And how far away do we have to go to find a formalised crossing?
That would be at Abthorpe, which I think is about a mile to the south.
Yes. Is that what they call McDonald's round?
It's by McDonald's.
Yes. And so if the opportunity at SB32 in its current form, if that opportunity were lost, would there be other similar opportunities to SB32 elsewhere?
Yes, those are RK2 and SB52.
Okay. So what's the impact on losing SB32 to the wider network?
Very little to none, in my opinion.
The next theme to ask you about is why the developers have come up with the scheme that they have in terms of the spine road and the new roundabout and the new footways on Northampton Road. Why was that scheme put forward? What were you and others being guided by in terms of planning policy?
So policy AL3 set out one of the key drivers for the access arrangement was to enable the gap at Tiffield Road to be closed on the A43 to prevent vehicles being able to turn right into Tiffield Road and out of it. So that was the provision of a roundabout at the Northampton Road junction with the A43 and then the site access spine road. The other part of the policy is to ensure that we delivered pedestrian cycle connectivity, and that led us to looking at improvements along Northampton Road.
Okay. Now, if we take up the book of plans and then just have a look at plan 1, which is the overall composite plan. And imagine that we're a pedestrian going from the Tiffield Lane entrance to the Spine Road, and then heading east down towards the roundabout. What will the journey be for the pedestrian along that Spine Road?
So where you come off Tiffield Road, the footway side, there's a footway cycleway runs along the southern side of the Spine Road. So a pedestrian would walk along the southern side of the Spine Road. It would cross yard spaces and car park accesses. They'd walk through down to the A43. There's a Toucan crossing over the A43, which is
You're just pausing there. In terms of crossing accesses into car parks or big sheds.
Yep.
How many would there be?
I think on the full part of the application plan, I think there's five or six.
Okay. And then, well, all on the southern side?
On the southern side, that's where the footway cycleway runs.
Yeah, okay, good. And then we were just approaching the roundabout.
Yep.
And if a pedestrian wants to cross the A43, what do they do?
So they approach the A43. There's a Toucan crossing, which was signalised effectively with push button crossing, which would enable crossing the northbound section of the carriageway first into a central island, and then a second stage crossing to cross the southbound A43 traffic, cross onto the southern side of the A43, effectively then round the bend onto Northampton Road.
Yes, and the Northampton Road was included within the red line of the planning application.
Yep.
And that was because?
Because of the works along the Northampton Road.
Right. And there's either an improved or a new footway cycleway along the Northampton Road?
Yes, so there were various conversations at the time of the application in terms of upgrading the existing footway to the bottom of the bank. But ultimately, the carriageway of the Northampton Road is wider than it needed to be. So we look to introduce a footway cycleway shared facility alongside the carriageway edge. So it's a new provision.
And that, I believe, is going to be on the east side of Northampton Road. Is that right?
Eastern side, southern side, yeah.
Yeah. And as was pointed out this morning, that will mean that the pedestrian who's come from the Spine Road will need to cross the Northampton Road to access the new footway.
Yes, that's correct.
And it was suggested this morning that that's not a controlled crossing. Is that correct?
It's not a controlled crossing insofar as you push a button and it stops traffic, no.
Right. Why not?
In short, it doesn't need to be. The road's not wide enough. There's not sufficient traffic volumes and speeds to warrant a push button crossing.
And was that examined at the time of the planning application?
We didn't go through in terms of the formal assessment process, but a conversation was held with the Highway Authority and one wasn't required.
Okay. And have you seen any evidence to suggest that one is required?
No.
And obviously the pedestrian wanting to go in the other direction, coming up Northampton Road, similarly uses the Toucan crossing and gets onto the Spine Road in reverse direction.
Exactly that.
And a cyclist the same?
Exactly the same.
And what about somebody on a horse?
There's no provision within the scheme for equestrian users, but as alluded to earlier, there's a highway, and if they wanted to use their horse on the highway, then there was nothing stopping them.
Okay. And so what's the difference in provision for equestrian users crossing the A43 now on a horse, SB32?
Yep.
And what the position will be after the planning permission scheme is built out? Will it be the same? Will it be no different, or will it be better or worse?
Well, there's no provision at the moment for equestrians, and there will continue to be no specific provision for equestrians.
Right. And was any of that asked for at the time the planning application was going through its consultation process?
No. As Mr. Longbottom introduced earlier, we went through a walking, cycling, horse riding assessment process with both National Highways and, at the time, Northamptonshire County Council, now West North Hants, to consider what the existing use of the routes were and what provisions should be put back in terms of the scheme as a whole. So the starting point was undertaking surveys, and because there was no visual equestrian use of SB32, there was no requirement in terms of requested from National Highways or West Northants Council to have any form of equestrian crossing.
So if I live in Tiffield and I'm trying to walk or cycle to work in Northampton, in Towcester,
yeah.
In your expert judgment, will I be safer before this development or after this development?
Afterwards, because there will be a specific provision for pedestrians and cyclists, especially if nothing else, to cross the A43.
Okay. Now, if I'm not trying to go from A to B, if I'm a recreational user of the countryside, what are my practical opportunities for using SB32 north of the A43 at the moment as a recreational resource?
As a recreational resource, well, you two options is either one, you walk down SB32 to the edge of the A43 and back again, or you decide to cross the A43. But I think it's more likely to be used as a sort of there and back route more than anything at the moment.
And your firm has carried out surveys of the use of that section of SB32.
Yeah, we've undertaken 4 surveys at in different years at different times of any pattern of use. And again, the first surveys were there to inform that walking, cycling, horse riding assessment process with National Highways and West Northants, which is the purpose for undertaking the first time round. And then we continue to undertake them to see whether there was any other use at any other time of the year.
And when was the last survey carried out?
2025, I think it was September.
Yes. So well after it was known locally that this section of SB32 was proposed to be stopped up.
Absolutely.
And did your surveys in 2025 find people using SB32 as a recreational resource in advance of its being stopped up?
We recorded one solitary pedestrian that walked through the site and down the embankment onto the 43.
And in the other 3 years of the surveys, was any pedestrian recorded?
No.
Were any equestrians recorded in any of the surveys?
No.
What will be the recreational resource opportunities after the development is built out?
There'll be a new path within the site which will connect the new spine road down around a proposed attenuation basin and back. So again, effectively replicating the there and back that's there at the moment.
Yeah. And if we look at Plan 1 in the Book of Plans again,
Yep.
And we can see to the left of Plot 2 in the southwest corner of the site, the balancing pond with a little puddle in the bottom of it, but with its sloping sides,
yep,
depicted by the contour lines, and then a white track round the edge of it, and then from the northern end of that circuit, a white track going up again towards the spine road. Is that what you're?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Now let's be clear about this so that nobody's under any doubt. It's not the intention of your client, as I understand it, to dedicate that as a public footpath.
No.
Nor even as a public bridleway.
No.
Nor any other legal right of way.
No, it's effectively an amenity route within the site.
Yes. But it is shown on the plans that are required to be delivered under the planning permission.
Yes.
And so there will not be a legal right of way, but the land is being made available for people to walk on. And accepting that, if you like, restriction on its status, what's your judgment as to whether that's of a lower amenity value, about the same amenity value, or a higher amenity value than is currently available going to and from down the SB32 north?
If you currently consider the use of SB32 from the surveys is practically none, they're accepting there's the local residents ascertain that there is some use of it. From a recreational use, you'll have a bound surface, which is actually probably about 200 metres longer than the Tiffield Road to A43 there and back route. So I think there'd be benefits in terms of pedestrians using that as a leisure route compared to what's there at the moment.
Okay. Next, please, the idea of a bridge.
Yeah.
I mean, is it practicable? First of all, is it practical to provide any crossing of the A43 in the vicinity of SB32 as it is now that is not a bridge? I mean, would it be possible, for example, to put a toucan crossing on the A43 at that point?
No, National Highways wouldn't allow it within their design standards. You're not allowed to put crossings on roads where the 85th percentile speed of traffic is above 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So it is something we looked at before in terms of SB52 and that crossing point as well. But no, it's not something they permit.
Okay, and to be fair to Safe Toaster now, I think I've read anywhere that that's what they're asking for. They're asking for a bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've heard already this morning that a bridge in the vicinity of SB52 was looked at.
Yep.
And why wasn't a bridge looked at in terms of SB32?
We looked at the feasibility of providing a crossing at SB52 initially because of the route from the site to Tesco's for amenity for future workforce to get there for lunch, etc. So we did look at that, but on the northern, in that location, northern and southern sides of the A43, we just didn't control the land to be able to do that. We then anecdotally looked at the SB32 as well, and the same issues. We've got land on the northern side, but it would require land outside of the public highway on the southern side of the A43 to land it.
Okay. And so far as the current proposal, planning proposal is concerned, the consented development granted planning permission, would it be possible to put in a bridge at SB32? Is there sufficient land on the north side where a bridge could coexist?
No, not with the retaining requirements of the plateau levels.
So it is what Safe Toaster now or the British Horse Society in terms of a bridge over the A43 in the vicinity of SB32, is that deliverable or not?
No.
And have you seen any designs of any such bridge?
No.
And have you seen the costings for any such bridge?
No.
So what, in your opinion, is the likelihood of National Highways, because it's their road, delivering a crossing point of the A43 at or in the vicinity of SB32?
I think practically, it's the feasibility of it is low. I did exchange emails with the gentleman at National Highways that was approached by the BHS in terms of asking it to be put into the priority list to understand where the scoring system came from, to see whether or not it was a scheme that was actually on their agenda for delivery. Again, it was a scheme that was presented to them. It went into a scoring matrix and a result came out the back end. In terms of funding for it, it would need to go into effectively the road improvement strategy, of which the RIS3 is not out yet. It's out in March, but we understand most of that is going to be a hangover from the RIS2 work. So
what's RIS?
So it's road improvement strategy. It's the funding that National Highways and local government and national government, give to road improvement schemes on their basically strategic road network. And a lot of the schemes that were identified in the second phase of funding are still to be delivered. So we think a lot of that is going to roll over into the third, which is the one that's going to come out in March. Plus a lot of the funding we understand is going to be mainly for maintenance as well.
Okay. And in your experience, is National Highways or any highway authority awash with money at the moment?
No, they're not.
For highway work such as this?
Absolutely not, no, unfortunately.
Now, let me just check if there's anything else that I noted down from this morning that I needed to ask you about in chief. Bear with me a moment. Oh, yes. The likely length of the delay, if this order is confirmed and SB32 is stopped up.
Yep.
And the spine road opening to pedestrians. We've heard a bit about that this morning. What, in your view, is the likely length of that delay?
So at the moment, works are due to be on site Q2 of 2026. So in terms of responding to one of the queries that was raised earlier, the design is going through the relevant mechanisms at the moment for the delivery of the spine road and the site access roundabout. It's been through the first two stages of the road safety audit process, and no issues have been raised that haven't been designed out. So at the moment, Q2 2026, for a period of about 18 months, the works are likely to take. So to answer your question, about 18 months from potential closure of SB32 to the spine road being open for use.
Next, there was some eyebrows raised about your company, DTA, writing to the local highway authority about consultation responses.
Yeah.
What's the custom and practice with highway consultants engaging with local highway authority officers?
Well, it's fairly common, having been on both sides of the fence, worked at Warwickshire for 15 years and in private sector for 11 now. It's very common to have conversations between the transport consultant, applicant and the highway officer. In this instance, pre-application conversations started in 2019. They don't stop when the planning application is submitted. They carry on. It's a more efficient way of dealing with things a lot of the time.
Yes. There was a question this morning asked about whether or not the designs have been through a safety audit process. Yeah. I think you've indicated that that process is underway.
Yeah, so they went through a stage 1 safety audit process as part of the planning application. They've been through the stage 2 process, sort of first round of comments have come back with no major issues raised. And those issues have been designed out, and there's nothing that we're aware of that's going to stop technical approval being granted.
Okay. And then the last question is about the non-material amendment number 3 and the plan that was on people's desks this morning. Yep. That shows a gravel track between the crossing of the spine road and the access gate into the field where footpath, no, not footpath, bridleway RK2 yep. comes. Just explain to the inspector, will you, so that she knows what that's about?
Yeah, so again, this didn't form part of the planning application proposals. This has come about as part of the section 278 design, and effectively IM's will to try and connect, at least for pedestrians and cyclists, through to RK2 to the push button crossing across the A43. So conversations have gone on with National Highways regarding that, and that's been agreed and now forms part of the 278 works.
Now, you can probably see that the RK2 public right-of-way line on this plan is a black dotted line, and it's about, on the map, it's at A3 scale, it's about 1 centimetre to the right of the access gate.
Yeah.
Where's the actual line used by people?
Where the gate is, and they go around the edge of the field at the moment. Right. Having walked it again recently, it's clear that the actual formal line of RK2 isn't the one that's followed. People follow the field boundary.
Okay. Is that common in your experience?
Absolutely.
And if anybody is either on or insists upon using the actual line of RK2, and they came down from the north to the south, would they still be able to do a right turn and get to the access gate and get onto your
yeah, either within the highway, they
path?
Could walk along the verge or within the field itself and come out at the same point.
Good. Mr. Neal, thank you very much. That's all I have. Just wait there.
Okay, do you have some questions?
Mr. Neal, just one point of clarification, please, if I may, on Plan 1 in the
Plan 1.
maps.
Yep.
On this plan, you'll see the Toucan crossing. And then there is a purple dashed line that goes around the corner and down Northampton Road.
Yep.
And on the key, that is shown as existing public right-of-way bridleway. I don't think that is correct. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. That's not, that isn't the existing public right-of-way bridleway. I think the key is incorrect and should read, whether the colouring is printed incorrectly, but it should just read new footway cycleway.
Thank you. You said that Northampton Road is wider than it needs to be. Could you please tell me how wide a road like this needs to be?
A road typically to take a bus, for example, would be between 6.3 and 6.7 metres wide. A road to take consistent heavy goods vehicle traffic would be about 7.3. A residential road to take 1,000 houses or so would be somewhere between 5.5 and 6 metres.
Great, thank you. So is my understanding correct that in putting in the amendments along Northampton Road, the current width of 7.2 metres is to be reduced to 6.5 metres to accommodate what you're trying to do?
That's correct.
Okay, so 6.5 metres is quite a lot less than 7.3 metres to accommodate HGVs, which we know will be using this road.
It's not a HGV route, and this was a point of conversation with West Northants Council in terms of the width of the road, existing speed of traffic, and who should be using the road in the future. We needed to ensure that the ability for buses was maintained because of a conversation with Stagecoach at the time. The reason that they don't route, especially northbound along Northampton Road, is the issues we're getting out onto the A43. They welcomed the implementation of the roundabout because it then allowed them to look at their network in the future.
Okay.
So the point was well debated with West Northants.
Okay, so is there a prohibition on HGVs using that road?
Not that I'm aware of at the moment, but there's provisions within the Section 106 agreement for the site that should any issues arise with the increase in heavy goods vehicles using Northampton Road through the delivery of the site or the roundabout itself, that is something that would be funded and explored in terms of an environmental weight limit of people using Northampton Road to prevent HGVs routing that way.
So given what we know about the site and the existence of a protected wall that bounds Eastern Neston Estate that can't be touched.
At the bottom of the bank?
Yes.
Yeah.
Given that we know that and that space is actually quite restricted and that the proposal, I think, is to reduce the road width in order to accommodate a 2-metre shared access pathway, how could you do anything else that's wider and safer if HGVs are proven to need to use that route in the future?
Well, the route itself, in terms of the facility, is an overall width of about 3 metres. So there's the metalled surface of the footway cycleway will actually be 2.5 metres wide, but that includes a 0.5 metre buffer to effectively keep people away from the edge of the carriageway. And then there's another 0.5 metre strip at the back of it to facilitate street lighting and things like that. And then there's a retaining structure in places. So what we sought to do was minimise the retaining structures along the verge by narrowing the carriageway. If we couldn't narrow the carriageway, we'd need to move the footway cycleway over and put retaining structures in. It doesn't mean we would touch the wall. We were still clear of the footway at the bottom of the bottom of the bank by the wall.
But just to clarify, for buses and cars, the normal width would be 6.3 to 6.7.
Depending if you're allowing, yeah, it's typically within residential areas. 6.7 is a width that you'd allow for if you're looking to facilitate some on-street car parking. 6.1 is an absolute minimum with a lot of authorities where you're not looking to accommodate on-street car parking.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify on the shared use pathway then, how wide is that going to be and what's the buffer going to be?
So the width, the metalled surface of the footway cycleway is 2.5 metres.
Mm-hmm.
but the actual width of the footway cycleway itself, which is referred to, is 2 metres. So with certain roads, in terms of guidance, they look for a half-metre buffer from the edge of carriageway. So rather than putting a grass verge in, for example, that just wouldn't take and would need to be maintained, it's going to be a hard surface. It's likely what you'll see on the ground is 2.5 metres of tarmac with a white thermoplastic white line about half a metre off the edge off the curb line.
Okay, thank you. So I misunderstood what you first said, actually. So actually the answer is the shared use pathway is 2 metres with a 0.5 hard landscaped buffer.
Effectively, it's one and the same. It's, yeah.
Okay. And how does that fit with normal standard widths in regulation for a road of this type?
So if we were looking, for example, at things that national highways would require in terms of their higher standard of carriageway, their guidance or their standards state that 2 metres would be an acceptable width where the number of users is less than 200 an hour. So if you're looking at that as a comparison, it would absolutely meet their requirements.
And what's your expectation of usage?
A lot less than 200 users an hour.
Okay. And buffer, what's the expectation on buffer?
Well, with 30 mile
0.5 or 1?
Pardon?
0.5 metres or 1 metre?
For roads with a speed limit of 30 miles an hour, there isn't a requirement for a buffer. For roads with a speed limit of 40 miles an hour, it's a half a metre. And then as you go up to 50, it's a metre and so on.
Okay.
So for 30 mile an hour roads, there isn't a requirement.
Thanks for clarification. When you reviewed fitness for purpose, did you review the cumulative traffic modelling? You'll be aware, you'll know about the cumulative traffic modelling covering all of the developments in the area.
Yep.
The 2 AL1s,
Yep.
AL3, AL2 and even AL4, and the Gateway School and the New Send School. Possibly they weren't in the cumulative modelling actually, so that's an uplift. So when you did your assessment, did you do it on the basis of the cumulative traffic model? Did you do your walking, cycling review on that basis?
So there was the cumulative impact of the development was considered as part of the application. There's quite a lot of obviously technical information in the public domain associated with the transport assessment of the planning application for that. Then when we did the walking, cycling, horse riding review, which then does take into account the development coming forward as well. In terms of the specifics of, is it 50 cars or 100 cars? Is that sort of where you're trying to go to?
Where I'm trying to go to is that across all of those developments on a cumulative basis, we're talking about 3,000 jobs, therefore quite a lot of movements.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I'm sure you're familiar with the cumulative traffic modelling, that it's accepted by all developers that there will be a cumulative issue at Tove Roundabout by 2030.
Well, the work that we undertook, I think we're probably digressing slightly now in terms of...
Well, the reason I've raised it is because it's going to have a direct impact on Northampton Road, which will become a diversionary route.
Right. So yeah, we did look at the impact of the development on Northampton Road, and we specifically looked at that. And I think that's a point we covered in some of the presentations during the consultation events, that actually from the modelling that we undertook, the construction of the roundabout actually has the greatest impact on traffic flow on Northampton Road, because it looked to effectively attract traffic northbound on Northampton Road, because they don't use it at the moment, because you struggle to get out at the northern side there. So putting the roundabout in did look to attract some traffic. Then there would be an uplift in traffic as well because of the development, which is one of the reasons we look to include the narrowings along Northampton Road as well, to try and dissuade traffic from wanting to use those routes. But that was all put within the planning application, yes, and was considered by West Northants at the time.
So what I don't recall seeing, and maybe you've got a view on this, is what the impact on safety along Northampton Road would be for all users, but particularly pedestrians and cyclists, if it does become a diversionary route with many more HGVs, which is really quite likely in the scenario that we have for 2030, well, with a narrowed highway and quite a narrow shared use pathway. Okay,
well, as I stated earlier, the schemes themselves were subject to independent road safety audits. The briefs were agreed with West Northants and National Highways as part of that process to ensure all the relevant information was given to the road safety audit team, and no issues were raised that weren't designed out prior to planning consent being granted.
Okay, I'm going to leave that point now. Can we move to surveys, please? I don't have the reference and I can't get into the portal. But you have recently produced an 80-odd page document with surveys covering 4 dates. December 2019, September 2020, July 2023, and August 2025. Is that correct? It's about 80-odd pages of survey results.
Yep, I was just thinking it's Appendix 13
Okay.
to the to our statement of case.
Can you please confirm that you saw no pedestrian movements in the period 13th to the 15th of December 2019?
I have to, well, just to clarify, it wasn't me observing on site.
No, I'm sure it's
Yeah,
automated.
I was going to say, these are cameras. So the section of SB32 between Tiffield Road and the A43, there were no users. There were some users of the SB32 between Northampton Road and SB32, and sorry, the A43.
Sorry, which document are you looking at? Because that document is Viceroy. You said there was one pedestrian count across all of those 4 time periods.
If you, just to be absolutely crystal clear, the surveys from 2019, if you look at, of the PDF itself, pages 82 to 85 state Site 2 at the top.
Yeah,
And-
I can't see it.
Okay, and Site 2 was the section between Northampton Road and the A43. And there were some users of that section of SB32 recorded. There were no users recorded of SB32 between Tiffield Road and the A43.
Okay, so you're probably familiar with your document entitled 24873 Towcester Pedestrian Count Data, which was for that same period, 13th to the 15th of December 2019, and it arrived on the portal in April 2023, so quite a long time ago. And that, you'll be aware, that shows a total of 9 movements for the 15th of December 2019. It's on the portal.
Sorry, this is the same point.
But they say different things.
No, this is the section between Northampton Road and A43 that recorded users, not the section across the site.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Madam, if we're going to have reference to a document, the rest of us need to know what the document is and which page we're looking at.
So I think just for accepting, I don't think you've got the document in front of you. It's Appendix 13 of our statement of case.
Yes, we've got that.
And it's what we're talking about is effectively pages 81 to 85 or 82 to 85 of the PDF, and particularly page 85 at the bottom, which states there were 5 users recorded and a north to westbound movement and 4 in a south to eastbound movement. And the point I'm trying to clarify is that that was between Northampton Road and the A43, not between the A43 and Tiffield Road. So that this, just for context, this again goes back to the conversations we're having with Northants and with National Highways in terms of establishing existing use, and also with some very early conversations we had with the rights of way officer who effectively looked to maintain the rights of ways. So we undertook both surveys on both sides of the road to try and understand any usage.
Thanks.
Okay.
Can I ask, what impact do you think substantial padlocks, very large substantial gates, security cameras, guard dog signs, and general construction disruption to a bridleway might have on people's perception of usability of that bridleway?
Well, if it was effectively locked off from not being able to be used, then there's probably more of a perception issue. It's probably you can't use it.
Okay, and if they are locked, then clearly what's the impact?
So are we talking theoretically here?
Well, so you're right. There is partly perception that might dissuade people from using something. Onto the
Could you
statement.
make sure this is a question, please?
Yep. So if there are fairly heavy security measures put in place that either do or give the appearance that a bridle way is barred, what do you think that says to people in terms of whether they might want to try and use that bridle way?
Well, if there's, so again, are we talking specifics here, or we're just
Yes,
generally?
we're talking specifics, because this is, as you know, the case with SB32.
Oh, so you contend that that there were gates, etc., that were locked across the front, were stopping people being able to use it?
They were sometimes locked, and they were sometimes giving the appearance that they were locked by what tumbler number padlock.
Okay, as far as I'm aware, they weren't locked, and they definitely weren't locked during the times of the surveys.
Okay, they were locked at times.
That's something that you need to put to
Yep.
me in your evidence rather than
Yep.
at this stage. You need
Okay.
to ask questions.
Okay, so I'm going to make one more point. So there was a comment earlier that there was an insinuation that people will only sort of suddenly appear on bridleways when they know there are survey cameras out. So I'm going to turn this around and say, how shall I put this? I could say, why is it that you didn't have a camera up on the 2nd of November 25, the 13th of October 25, when it was blocked, the 30th of August 25, the 21st of August 25 minutes partially blocked, the 27th of July 25, the 23rd of May 25, and in April 23. All of these dates being dates when I walked that or tried to walk that bridle way. So it's just happenstance, isn't it? When the
Without being
survey
flippant,
happens.
we could have had cameras up all year round.
Yes.
But in terms of the practicalities of having cameras up, there was no rhyme or reason to why we chose those dates. They were the dates that the survey company were available to us at the time, and we undertook the surveys.
Yeah, I agree. So do you agree that because your selected survey dates show minimal usage, it doesn't mean there's no usage or minimal usage? There could be usage. It's just.
Well, again, minimal usage. It's over a 4-year period and two-week surveys in those times over covering different months. There was no usage. So that's not to say that the day after the survey wasn't taken up, someone may have walked down there, but I think it gives a reasonable survey sample for us to base our scheme and the conversations with the council on.
Yeah, just to clarify, it wasn't 2-week periods on all of those periods. It was 2-week periods for 2 of them and less.
That's something
3-day
that you
period.
need to put in your evidence, and it's something
Right,
that
yeah,
I can read
okay,
on
done.
the surveys as well.
Yeah, thanks. With regard to the SUDs and the landscaping area and pathways around the SUD scheme.
Yeah.
Why didn't you consider adding a right of way for the public to create extra amenity if you were planning to extinguish some nice amenity for the public?
So if were we talking, so again, back to plan 1, effectively, that southwestern corner. Is it just?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, SUD scheme. Yeah, the southwestern corner.
So the question is, why didn't we consider diverting the right of way?
It doesn't diverting or providing amenity to the public where you've taken away or you propose to take away amenity by extinguishing a public right of way.
But there were, as sort of I covered earlier, there will be an amenity route around the attenuation basin for people to use.
But I said you thought that was not for the public. It's only for employees, or is it for public?
Well, there won't be any restrictions on its use.
Okay. Okay.
What we're saying
That's
is it's not going to be designated as a formal right of way.
That's great. I've got it. Thank you.
So yeah, you could come off the new Spine Road and walk down it. There wouldn't be anything preventing you to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
With regard to the bridge again. So SB52, you said, was sort of knocked on the head because of land ownership issues. You didn't own any of the land adjacent to it. SB32, you do own some of the land adjacent to it. Who owns the rest of the lands that you don't own either side?
So our land abuts the A43, which is under the control of National Highways. And then beyond that, and I think there is a plan, actually. I did make a note. If you bear with me 1 second, I think there's a plan in the book of plans, which does show. I think it was plan. Sorry, I'm just trying to, there's a plan which shows the limit of the adopted highway. And I thought that would probably be worthwhile.
It's just a matter of who owns it, really.
Oh, okay. I don't know. In short, who owns the land to the south of the A43? I just know it's in private ownership. That's not my client's.
Okay. So my next question is, how much time did DTA put into interrogating the art of the possible in terms of a bridge at SB32 then?
Well, we looked at, the first thing is, as part of a planning application is something deliverable? The answer was no, it's not deliverable because you don't control the land to do that. And therefore, what could we provide that was deliverable? Which then, with the requirement of providing a roundabout at the end of Northampton Road, the art of the possible then was at grade push button crossings.
Okay, so that's an interesting interpretation. So the art of the possible, so you're saying it wasn't deliverable, but you don't know actually who owned the land, the other side.
I know
So
it was my client that owned the land.
you know it wasn't your client, but you don't know who it was. So you couldn't have had a conversation to interrogate the art of the possible.
But again, the starting position is, can we deliver it on land that we control or within the public highway? You're then entering into ransom situations. If somebody knows you need their land to deliver it, you're then talking costs, etc. So we needed to ensure that our access strategy was fully deliverable within land that we had control of.
Okay, but in terms of the feasibility of
I
the bridge.
think I'm happy that I've heard all
Yep,
I need to
okay.
know about the feasibility of the bridge. And as I've said earlier, it's not something I can consider because it's not in the planning application.
Right. I'd just like to come back to the DTA letter that I referred to earlier, that is sitting in page 18, physical, whatever that is, digital, you found it earlier, of our statement of case.
If you just bear with me a moment just so I
Yeah.
can turn it up, please.
So again, if you look at the page numbers on the,
Like I say,
in
if
the
you can just
footnote.
give me a sec, I'll find it. So which appendix is this, sorry, of yours?
it's not, it's in the statement of case. On physical page 18, so you'll need to look at the.
Oh, in the
numbers
actual
footer.
text of statement of case. Yeah, okay. Page 18.
Yeah.
Which at the top says B, and at 3.2, authorities must have regard to forums, views in reaching decisions on access and public rights of way issues.
No.
So I don't think, no, that's not.
Is
So
this the same document?
I think this is the same
Is it
issue
on
that
page
it was
22,
22.
possibly, if I remember correctly.
If you look at the bottom in the footer, it
Just
says page 18.
No, it says page. I think, yeah, I think
So something's happened to it then.
I'm just.
Is this
This
the
is-
email
is this-
we're looking for, or?
Right, so this is page 26.
26.
Yes. It's, yeah,
Can you see an email there sent on the 26th of January 2022 from DTA?
yep, that was from me.
Are you able to just read out what that says, please?
Absolutely. Morning, I'm not going to say the person's name. I hope you're keeping well. I've been sent a copy of a consultation response to the DHL application. Unfortunately, page 3 of your response appears to refer to bridle crossing AL3, not AL1, and unhelpfully appears to include internal correspondence about the extinguishment of it and criticism of your planning colleagues and the planning process. The third point particularly questioning people's faith in the planning process. However, in relation to AL3, we've moved on since then, matters are agreed, and we have a new footway cycleway route through the site to a new crossing on the A43. The application is going back to committee tomorrow, and we're hoping that this doesn't, I've put does, but I'm sure I meant doesn't, derail anything, because we know they're all competing sites and are throwing what they can at it. Could I respectfully request you reflect on this and consider whether your consultation response needs to be amended?
Thank you for reading that out. And seemingly it was from yourself.
Yeah, it was for me.
Okay. And do you remember who you addressed that to? Was it a member of the planning department or member of the rights of way team?
That was to the highway officer who was dealing with at the time that's since retired.
Okay. And is it correct that the strategic planning committee to hear the outline planning consent, well, hybrid planning consent for AL3 was on, I think, the very next day, actually, or a day or two later? I think you said the next
Well,
day.
yeah, my email refers to tomorrow, so I'm
Yeah.
assuming it was the following day.
Yeah. That was an urgent bit of panic. Right, I'm going to leave that. I think I've made my point. And I have one more, which is the RK2 link. So back to
Is
this additional plan that was on our tables.
22Q?
22Q, yes.
Yeah.
Right, so it links RK2 to the Spine Road.
It does.
So do you agree that where it meets the Spine Road is the main thoroughfare from the A43 into a very large scale industrial site?
In terms of where the route comes out onto the Spine Road,
Yes.
is where the junction of the development meets the A43.
Yes,
That's where it meets, yeah.
yeah. And do you agree that the planning process indicated that it would be at least 80% B8 with preponderance of HGV using that site?
I think we've tested up to 70% B8 with potential up to 30% B2, sort of
Okay.
transport assessment set up.
But lots of HGVs and generally commercial vehicles.
Yeah, it's likely there will be, lots of HGV traffic.
Okay, so just final question really, which is how is the safety of anyone needing to cross from that new gravel pathway
Yep.
to be able to access the Toucan crossing to be assured?
Again, this has all been part of the stage 2 safety audit undertaken with both West Northants and National Highways. And no issues have been found with it. Visibility for people crossing of approaching vehicles is good. Obviously, in combination with the Toucan crossing, if that Toucan crossing is called, it will prevent, stop traffic on the A43, and turning traffic will create gaps as well. So it's been fully considered.
Okay, so actually there is one subsidiary question. So the sort of the foolhardy person who might take their life in their hands crossing the A43 to connect the two bits of SB52 that we heard from Mr. Carr, that foolhardy person, would this be a foolhardy person as well that's kind of has to wait for gaps in traffic on an exceedingly busy thoroughfare?
No.
Oh, okay.
Can I, if you want me to expand on, I will.
Yeah.
That's fine. If you look at as they're approaching the roundabout from within the Spine Road, traffic will be moving at a much slower rate than they would be doing a 70 mile an hour down the A43. And the people then crossing the inbound arm, obviously that's traffic then turning off the roundabout, which has been designed to constrain speeds down to, I think, 40. So again, we're talking at significant different volumes and speeds of traffic.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah, we have a few questions as well.
Yeah.
Okay. You've described a pedestrian journey along the Spine Road. So where do you expect horse riders to go? Could you describe a horse rider's journey?
If an equestrian chose to travel along the new Spine Road, they would do so within the carriageway, I'm assuming, unless they wanted to use the footway cycleway.
So they would be able to use the footway cycleway. Is that what you're saying?
But the footway cycleway won't have been designed to take equestrian users. No, it's designed as a footway cycleway.
So, sorry, excuse me a minute.
So equestrian users would probably be in the carriageway if they chose to come and down the Spine Road.
Yeah, so you propose that it would be safe for a horse rider to go adjacent to an HGV with very little space between them and the HGV. And then the other side would be a cycleway. So they're basically sandwiched in between a cycleway and HGVs.
Is there a question there? Sorry.
You think it's safe for them to do that? Did you consider the safety of equestrians when the route was designed?
Again, this sort of goes back to 2019, 2020, when we were looking at the scheme as a whole. The scheme hasn't been designed to cater for equestrians. No. So I haven't designed in to suggest that it would be safe for an equestrian to use the new Spine Road with the heavy goods vehicle traffic using it. Obviously, you as an experienced equestrian, would make that decision yourself.
But you're saying that equestrians can use it, yet it hasn't been designed for equestrians, so why not?
As they could use any public highway, as you can use any road.
Right.
It's the same point.
I would agree the A43 is a psychological barrier, but there is no physical barrier at present. If SB32 is stopped up, there will be a physical and legal prevention. So wasn't that considered at all?
What, sorry, can you rephrase the question potentially?
Sorry, bear with me a minute. Yeah, so equestrians have a choice now, but there's no consideration that they have a choice in the future. Wasn't that considered?
A choice now where, sorry? I'm sorry, I'm struggling with the question.
I'm not sure I understand it either. I think it goes back to the point that we have the planning permission that is before us.
Right.
So we have to consider that rather than any other scenario that might occur or might have been possible in the past, but isn't now.
Okay. You were talking about the speed limit on the A43, and that a level crossing couldn't be considered at SB32 location because the speed would be higher than 50 miles per hour. My question is, being as you've got the new roundabout or proposed roundabout at the Holcut turn, and it's a very short distance to the Tove roundabout on the A5, why was it, did you consider about reducing the speed limit between those two roundabouts? Because realistically, is the traffic going to leave the roundabout at the Holcut turn, go right up to 70 mile per hour and then put their brakes on again just before the Tove roundabout? So what I'm saying is, wouldn't it be feasible to reduce the speed limit to 50? Wouldn't it be reasonable to reduce the speed limit to 50? Therefore, you could have a level crossing at SB32 location.
It's a kilometre, over a kilometre between the two junctions. And unless anything was put in to physically constrain the traffic speed, and it's not anything National Highways have asked us to do either. And given their remit is to try and make sure, obviously, the travelling public can do so as quickly as they can and as safely as they can, it's not something that's been requested of us.
You mentioned that the route up to the Holcut turn is only 200 metres longer than would be via the SB32 route. But wouldn't it actually be longer than that because you're actually going up to the turn and then coming back again? So it's actually a longer distance than 200 metres because to go up to the roundabout and then pedestrians or cyclists to cross and then come into the planning area, the planning development to come back to SB32, it's actually double the distance.
Sorry, you referenced 200 metres. What?
You said 200 metres.
When? Sorry.
I thought you said 200 metres.
Oh, okay. That was in relation to, at the moment, if you walk from Tiffield Road to the A43 along SB32, so that diagonal section of SB32, okay. If you walk there and back, it's about 540 metres. If you walk then from the new Spine Road down around the attenuation basin and back to the Spine Road, it's about 750 metres. So that's about 200 metres difference. That's the 200 metres I was referring to, not Northampton Road.
Yeah.
In terms of the amenity provision that the route around the attenuation would provide against the loss of SB32, that's...
But if you're coming from the other direction, you know, the loss of amenity is much more than that because you've got to go double the distance to go to the roundabout and back. So the other side of the A43, so from the A43 to Northampton Road.
Could you try and phrase this as a question because it's sounding more like you're making statements that you can do in your own evidence?
Right, okay. I was just going to say, would you agree though that from SB32 on the north of the dual carriageway, users will now have to go down the Spine Road and then cross over the A43 and then come back down the Northampton Road to get to where the original SB32 exited on the Northampton Road. So it's actually quite a long distance, especially for disabled users.
I agree, it might be slightly further, but it's going to be a lot safer.
When you did your surveys for usability, current usability of the route, did you consider that the fact that there was sort of a restriction in terms of the A43, that may have an impact on usability, therefore your numbers would be less than what would realistically be the case if they could cross safely across the A43?
Our surveys were a factual survey of use of those routes.
The other thing was, in terms of a bridge and it not being considered, you were saying about the traffic increase projections may not be realistic. So would you agree that despite the projections, they may need a bridge in future? And once SB32 is gone.
Sorry, where have I referenced it them not being realistic?
Sorry?
You say that I've said that traffic predictions aren't realistic.
Projections are made, but in reality, they could be a lot worse than what was originally projected.
They could also be a lot better as well.
Pardon?
They could also be a lot better as well, as in less traffic, which we have seen at a number of IM sites.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do any of the other objectors have any questions? Yes.
Yeah. So that goes down to it goes down. So the footway cycleway element goes down to the Senna Drive roundabout, at which point cyclists would be transitioned back onto carriageway. And that's at the point where the existing footway is wider than, so at the moment, if you're coming north, when you get to the roundabout, which is above the level of the footway then effectively narrows down as it goes along the side of the wall. Yeah, and then it becomes a wider footway, doesn't it, at that point? So what we've sought to do is bring the footway cycleway down Northampton Road to that point. Cyclists will then transition back to carriageway, and the pedestrians will carry on to that wider section of footway that's there at the moment. Again, this HGV point, we're not promoting the use of Northampton Road by heavy goods vehicles. Okay. That's very specific. No, I've crossed it numerous times myself. I've not tried doing it with 2 children on bikes. I'm not being flippant. The question, I don't know. So, yeah, sorry, carry. So just to be clear on this point, the footway cycleway is to provide access to the employment site. So that's our access strategy. There are future provisions to connect through to the potential football club, the other side of our site, that would require its own assessment, an own planning application. And if they are then looking to, to increase the use of the route by more vulnerable road users, then that's something that they will need to consider at the time. Okay.
Yes.
It doesn't need to be, it's a higher order of route. A footway cycle, a shared use footway cycleway in an adopted highway, as I understand it, is a higher level of route, higher classification of route than a footway cycle and then a bridleway or footway cycleway. Sorry, I don't, and yeah.
As I said earlier, I'm not prepared to consider what might happen in 100 years' time.
Okay.
Do you have any
One
clarification
question, please. You were being asked some questions by the Safe Towcester Now representative about the cumulative transport assessment for 3,000 jobs, about the impact on Northampton Road. There was, you gave information about the traffic calming, and that all this was considered in the planning application. So far as the traffic on Northampton Road is concerned, what difference would keeping SB32 in its current configuration make?
It would have no impact at all.
So if the order is confirmed or not confirmed, will it make any difference to the future traffic arrangements on Northampton Road?
No.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, you are free to go. Considering the time, it's just before 3:15, so I suggest we have a 15-minute adjournment, come back at 3:30.
And then it will be Mr. Jones.
Yes.
We decided discussed talking about what was a deliverable crossing for. He said they decided on what was deliverable. With crossing the SB32 wasn't deliverable crossing. What they've done is, but what I was going to ask is, because you decided on a deliverable crossing for pedestrians and cyclists, why didn't you think about a deliverable crossing for pedestrians? And then to ask that, but I don't suppose it. Yes. No.
That will go eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't seem to see what it's all about now.
Not even like my point that I'm going to raise tomorrow about my force rights of like, stopping up in 1868. So that was a bit more of that.
Yeah. But no, it's.
I'm doing the best we can.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to
Okay. Yeah.
tomorrow because it's going to be, you won't be getting on today, will you? I wouldn't have thought.
I don't think so. I imagine.
I would imagine.
And I imagine she'll call a halt after that if it's their last person.
See you again tomorrow.
It'll be my colleague Will tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you'll have had some contact with Will Steele, I think.
Oh yeah. I've been on one of the training courses. That, he was there as well.
That's very good.
Yeah, I had a few communications.
Good. I'm just communicating with him now.
Yeah, because some red herrings going thrown around about A43 being around. Because he said at one point, he said you can only have one right, you can only have classification on particular three. Well, that's all this crap, because you can have a byway, riding rights, footpath rights, all of those rights are all contained on there. So I'm going to add some case law.
Yeah.
Just send you a couple of Will's points.
Right, okay.
They might be useful for closing.
Yeah. So all this is okay. It's trying to think of the question to try and get.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, trying to word that say it's a statement, but difficult sometimes. Yeah, I was going to ask this one, I forgot. Never mind. He's saying about, it was a delivery, you know, they looked at what was deliverable, they couldn't deliver something at SB32, so they delivered it. But they did, but why didn't they deliver it for equestrians as well? I was going to ask that.
Yeah, the argument is that the spine road provides alternatives, but
But it doesn't.
It doesn't, and they know that because they haven't implemented SB32. Anyway. Right, well, I will see you.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
okay, thanks a lot, Paul. See you tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, it is 3:30 and the inquiry is resumed. Would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, thank you, Madam. Mr. Jones, good afternoon. Just to introduce you to the inquiry from section 1 of your proof of evidence. You're Matthew Jones. You're a senior director at Turley Associates, based in Birmingham. You're a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. You've over 25 years experience in both with developers, landowners, investors, and local authorities as clients. Is that right?
That's correct.
Good. And you've been involved with this particular project for IM Properties for how long?
A number of years, Ma'am. So as a senior director representing the applicant, I've been involved throughout the planning process. That process started in around 2017 with some of the early pre-application meetings that we undertook with the council, including Mr. Longbottom as part of those meetings. From an early stage, we worked collaboratively with the council to seek to bring forward the most deliverable, sustainable and acceptable proposals for the site, taking account of the site's context, its character, and a range of other material considerations, and also seeking to ensure that the site could be made the most effective and efficient use of the site that ultimately became an allocated site. So throughout that process, I've been involved. So starting from 2017 through to now. That's not to say, Ma'am, that I've been involved in every single meeting or discussion, but right. I've provided oversight throughout.
And then at paragraph 1.8 in your proof, you give the declaration that your membership of the Royal Town Planning Institute requires you to give under their code of conduct, that the evidence you give is your true professional opinion, irrespective of who your client is.
That's absolutely right.
Okay. Now, your evidence to the inquiry mirrors, in some respects, that of Mr. Longbottom for the council, in that you also set out the development plan context, the policy AL3 context. Mr. Longbottom did the same this morning. Is there anything you particularly want to add or emphasise in that respect?
There's probably nothing that I need to add from the point of view of the allocation. It is useful just to understand the context to that allocation in respect of the importance of the development. So the site was allocated in 2020, and at that time, and obviously still as part of the adopted local plan, there was recognition that Towcester is strategically located in terms of its proximity, particularly to major trunk roads and motorways, but also skilled workforce and labour. And it was also noted, and is still as part of the local plan, that the development of this site will create a significant number of jobs, and the plan itself notes that that will support the delivery of housing within the local area also. The plan also identifies, and Mr. Longbottom has covered it, but just for completeness, the improvements to be made to the dangerous road crossings at the junctions of the A43, particularly with Tiffield Lane and Northampton Road. So within the plan itself, there is also a context to appreciate in terms of the importance of the development.
Yeah, good. And then you also give evidence about the planning permission, how the hybrid permission was granted, and how reserved matters have come forward and non-material amendments. And just to go to your main proof, please, on page 13, paragraph 2.53, where you tell the inspector about a third non-material amendment application
yes,
awaiting approval. I think hot off the press on the 5th of December was the approval, and the plan as part of the approval we have left on everybody's desk this morning.
That's correct. And I'm sure you'll appreciate the benefits of that plan and that NMA now being approved. It further enhances the connectivity of the site to the public right-of-way network in this area.
Yeah. Now, so far as grants of planning permission, approval of reserved matters, approval of non-material amendments are concerned, we know that after the grant of the hybrid, there was a threat of a judicial review by a member of Safe Toaster Now, but which didn't materialize into an actual claim for judicial review. But other than that, are you aware of any threats or actual claims for judicial review alleging unlawfulness in respect of the grant of the planning permission, the approval of reserved matters, or the making of non-material amendments?
No, ma'am, that's the only one I can recall.
Okay, so the planning permission is what it is, and we know what that means for the necessity test.
Yes.
And insofar as there are complaints brought before our inspector that something went wrong, to use a neutral term, in the planning process, you're not aware of anybody having alleged that whatever it is that they feel might have gone wrong was unlawful?
No, not to my awareness.
So turning then to the necessity test, you've explained in your evidence that there's both a physical and a legal objection to SB32 assisting.
Yes.
Is there anything that you've read in the evidence from the objectors that would cause you to change your mind on that?
Absolutely not.
So far as the what it is that the objectors are seeking, in short, it would appear that what they would really like is a new bridge.
That does seem to be their main intent.
How realistic is that aspiration in your experience?
With a number of factors that are relevant to how I would see it, ma'am, that the fact that the local plan as early as 2017 had identified this site for employment generating development, and through the planning process that is as well set out in hopefully my brief, but also other evidence, throughout that process, through to the hybrid planning permission, through to reserve matters approvals and subsequent approval of conditions, no requirement has been identified for, never mind a bridge, even a bridle way as an association with this development. So based on the evidence that I'm aware of and what Mr. Neil has already covered in his evidence, it is very unlikely, in my view, that a bridge would be considered necessary or even deliverable or feasible at this site based on the evidence that I've seen.
So far as the advantages go to the current users of SB32, first of all, if anybody is trying to get to and from the vicinity of the site to Towcester, we've heard that the route will be a little longer, and in your view, will improvements to safety compensate for that?
Yes, safety, but also a number of other factors in terms of the suitability of the route that will be provided, the alternative route, and how that then connects onto Northampton Road and then into Towcester Town Centre. The surface, the suitability for different weather conditions, lighting, a range of other considerations need to be taken into account in addition to the enhanced safety that would be provided, significant enhancement to safety, I would say. And I walked again the route this morning along Northampton Road, and I also walked through the Shire Estate up to the A43. And for example, the footpath along Northampton Road and the terrain and unevenness of that route, as an example, shows how there is the opportunity to enhance not just the safety, but the quality and suitability of the routes, which I think the applicant has done to a very comprehensive level as part of the planning permission that is the subject of this inquiry and the order that it relates to.
Okay, and then secondly, the what we might call the recreational user, the early morning dog walker, who might be walking up and down SB32 at the times Mr. Neal's cameras aren't on it, recording usage.
Yes, well, I think given the evidence that there is an extremely low usage of the route at the moment, but anecdotally we understand that the route is used back and forth, presumably for dog walking. The approved plans as part of the planning permission, the hybrid and the reserve matters and the plans that are associated with them do show a number of options for walking within the site, walking and cycling, and particularly the route around the attenuation pond would provide a very, in my view, attractive, useful, suitable route for anyone to walk or cycle around as a replacement for anyone currently using the walk to and from the A43 at the moment. That's not to say it's proposed that way, but as Mr. Neal covered earlier, it's not formally offered in that sense, but there's no restriction on use, not just employees, ma'am, but for local people on bikes or walking to use that route. So yes, I think in that respect, the approved plans do provide that benefit as well as I think a relevant advantage.
Yes, then moving on to the planning benefits, the wider benefits.
Yes.
We've heard figures of around 1,500 jobs.
Yes.
1,460 something jobs.
Yes.
But also a total for Towcester of a local total of 584. Were all of those benefits set out in the planning application process and considered in the planning application process and weighed in the balance in the planning application process?
They were indeed, and I think as Mr. Longbottom usefully explains in his proof and covered earlier today, those were also then tested by the council and the council's economic development team to ensure that they were robust figures that could be considered as part of the planning balance. But they, in my view, represent substantial public benefits as a result of the planning permission.
And then we've heard a figure in millions of pounds in terms of GVA.
Yes.
I mean, it is establishing the gross value added a common part of the planning process?
It is, especially for major development of this type, ma'am. I'm sure you see very often this sort of evidence in terms of the calculations of the productivity benefits of such a significant and important development for the local area. So it is commonplace, it is fairly standard, but in any event, the methodology that was used in this case was, as I say, tested, was undertaken by suitably qualified consultants and professionals. And so it does give us very strong indication of the public benefits of the proposals.
Okay. And then, as we've seen, there are some quite large sheds.
Yes.
Proposed for this location. And you've told us about its strategic location in respect of the trunk road and the motorway network, but also some smaller units for the local economy.
That's right.
Is that normal?
It's not. So the location, as we've covered, it is strategically appropriate, and there are benefits in bringing forward larger scale buildings on this site to respond to the market demand in this area, ma'am. Just that's a reflection of the demand from the sorts of occupiers who need large scale buildings. But actually, this is a proposal and a planning permission that involves a mix of different unit sizes, and Zone D, which is the subject of a reserve matters application that is yet to be determined, will deliver smaller units, as we've already covered today, and that is required and controlled through the Section 106 agreement, as well as in the conditions to the planning permission.
And is the demand in this location, in your view, for both types of units, the big shed and the smaller unit?
That's what the evidence is showing.
So then, your overall conclusions, having applied your mind to the necessity test and the merits test, what's your view as to where, in particular, in the balance lies in the merits test?
Well, Marm, I think there's no doubt in my mind that the necessity test has been met. I think that's clear from a number of plans. Plan 1 was purposely prepared to show a composite plan for all the detailed approvals that are being granted to date. So for the nature of the earthworks that we've discussed, the plateaus, the site levelling, the drainage attenuation, and not least the fact that there is reserved matters approval, therefore detailed approval for Unit 2 or Plot 2 as it's also referred to, that sits across the route of SB32. I don't think there can be any doubt that the necessity test has been met. In terms of whether or not there are any disadvantages arising, obviously it's been identified that the loss of the bridle way for any potential users is something that my proof and others acknowledges. It's not something, Marm, that I consider should be given much weight, because I think it only represents a very minor loss. I think that's for a number of reasons that I set out in my proof, but not least the fact that all the evidence that's available suggests it's not a route that's being used, in my view, and based on the plan provided earlier by, I think it was the British Horse Society. It shows that there are many other options, and I think that's described in the objectors' proofs. The network of rights of way in this area provide lots of other options. So the disadvantage created, or the loss created in that sense, should be given very limited weight, or it is only minor in my view. And then on the other side of the balance, there are the planning benefits that we've just covered, the countervailing advantages that I've identified, including the accessibility benefits, including the benefits of having the cycleway and footway along the Spine Road, how that connects to the safe crossing of the A43, how that then connects to Northampton Road and into Towcester Town Centre, all represent countervailing benefits, in addition to the fact that there will be new footpaths and routes for cyclists and pedestrians within the site, as we've covered. And in that respect, I think the balance is very heavily weighed in favour of confirming the order as I've set out in my proof. And there's nothing that I've heard today or seen in the evidence that would change my view on that.
Good, thank you, Mr. Jones. Please wait there.
Okay, do you have some questions? And do the BHS have any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Jones. You talk about the accessibility benefits of the development.
Yes.
You just talked about Spine Road, Northampton Road, other bits and bobs. Do you consider those to be in any way rural, the sorts of facilities that you're putting in place?
But they are facilities that will be provided within a site that is currently greenfield, but is allocated for employment generating development.
Yep.
So the site is currently edge of settlement, I would say. So not strictly rural. I wouldn't describe it as being within the open countryside, far from it. It's right on the edge of a very busy dual carriageway on the edge of a settlement. So no, I don't think I'd call it rural currently. In terms of the facilities to be provided within the site, they are facilities provided within an employment park. That's what the site's allocated for. That's what all the evidence suggests that this site is an appropriate and sustainable location for. The discussions that we had, a number of meetings that I was involved with directly with Mr. Longbottom and others, including the inputs that he receives, in my experience, very diligently from other consultees, for example, from his ecology colleagues and so on, his landscape colleagues. We did look in depth, and there were a number of discussions and revised plans looking at how to ensure that the spine road, for example, could be landscaped in such a way as to reflect the current context of the site, particularly in terms of planting of native species and so on. So I wouldn't describe them as being rural, but I wouldn't describe the current site as being rural. I'd say it's an edge of settlement right next to a very busy dual carriageway that's been allocated for employment generating developments.
And how likely is it that that sort of planting that you describe as a possibility will come to pass?
Well, I'm not a landscape or tree or I'm not even good at gardening.
Has it been has it been conditioned?
It has been conditioned. It is the landscaping proposed to try and respect and reflect the character of the area is all part of the approved landscaping plans that are controlled by Condition 3. And they are, as I say, the result of a diligent and thorough process with Mr. Longbottom and others to try and make sure that whilst this is an employment park, we've sought to respect the character of the local area.
Okay, thanks. And do you consider the Spine Road, Northampton Road, in any way to be a diversion for SB32?
I don't, it's not put forward as a diversion. It is an alternative route as it's been described in a number of places within the evidence. And I think in that context, it is appropriate to consider it in terms of the merits element of the test that needs to be applied in terms of the countervailing advantages that arise from the planning permission. Namely, in this case, a spine road that provides a 3-metre wide cycleway, footway that connects to a new roundabout that provides a safe crossing of the A43 that doesn't exist at the moment, that then connects to Northampton Road, and a 2-metre wide off-carriage cycleway, footway, all the way into, well, it connects as far as Senna Drive and then from there into Towcester Town Centre.
Okay, thanks. You talked about people using, so let's call it part 1 of SB32, the bit that runs through the AL3 allocation.
Yes.
As being something that might be used as an out and back route, and
Yes.
that the route around the attenuation pond, you know, might be a nice replacement for
Yes.
that. Do you accept that there are people who actually don't just go out and back, but do actually continue out into the broader, beautiful Northamptonshire countryside, and that the A43 is a necessary evil to be able to do that?
I'm not sure I understand. Could you put that to me again in terms of how that's relevant to the contrast between what's there at the moment and what's proposed?
Okay, so what's your what you've proposed is that the route around the attenuation pond is a nice substitute, in
Yes.
effect, for people that you think just do out and backs
Yeah.
along part 1 or part A of SB32.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to drive at is that I think that's a crass simplification of the situation. But so let's just assume that there are some mad people who do take the risk of crossing the A43 in order to enjoy health and well-being and the benefits of being way out in the countryside. How does that attenuation pond help that?
So if you're asking me what the proposed attenuation pond would do in that respect, it would provide the opportunity for a circular route within the site as part of the approved plans for development that would, in a number of points, whether or not we need to refer to a plan, it's up to you, would connect then back into the wider public right-of-way network, which, as we've seen on many plans, has a vast number of other options within the actual countryside outside of Towcester for people to use for that purpose, to walk and enjoy and spend recreational time walking around those multiple routes. They could do that by adding to it rather, the circular route around the pond, which I think would be quite pleasant. That would be obviously their discretion. You could also walk around that route, walk up to the Spine Road, walk along the Spine Road, cross the A43 safely, walk down as far as RK3 and use that route, which is relatively free from development and provides a nice park context. So I think the answer is there will be plenty of chances to walk in nature, walk in the countryside, enjoy that for recreational purposes once the circular route around the pond is provided.
Okay, thank you. And final question, you talked about, there's been some quite sort of strong claims about GVA, about employment growth or employment creation, I should say. So do you have tenants for Unit 2 at Zone C?
I'm not aware that there are currently any confirmed tenants. I know there are discussions ongoing. The nature of such a major development like this, where any tenants and occupiers would appoint their own advisors would identify that for the development to come forward, there needs to be the confirmation of a stopping up order. That would be part of the advice that they'd receive. We're anticipating, it's certainly my evidence, that the order should be confirmed. Once the order is confirmed, everyone would then have the confidence to know that this is a development that is coming forward without any further constraints. We've already heard from other witnesses that most of the technical approvals are already signed off. So this is actually a development that's currently awaiting the outcome of this inquiry before everyone knows with certainty that it can come forward. At that point, I expect a number of the conversations that are already underway will start to crystallise into more serious conversations because they know there's a delivery of development that will bring all the GVA, will bring all the jobs that I mentioned before.
Okay, I've no further questions. I think my colleague does.
Yes, if I can, thank you. Hello. You say you're providing 584 local jobs?
We're not providing them. That's the estimate of the number of jobs that would be for local people to benefit from.
Coincidentally, that was a very similar figure to DHL. So we're looking at a potential of 1,200 local jobs going into this site and beyond adjacent.
That's the evidence that's been used to inform the planning permissions.
Yes.
So planning permission in this case, the appeal decision, the granted planning permission in the case of DHL.
Okay, thank you. So the Shires is the closest residential conurbation to this site, isn't it?
It is.
So do you think if somebody's working in Zone D or the western side of Zone B or Zone C for that matter, but particularly Zone D and even onwards, what's the quickest route for them to get there, going along Northampton Road and Spine Road or crossing over SB32?
So if you're talking about in the eventuality of the order being confirmed and the permission being delivered, I wouldn't be able to think immediately what the comparable distance would be, but I know there would be a lot of other factors that would influence my view on which route to take. That would include the quality of the route, the suitability of it, whether it's raining, whether it's I might work night shifts, it might be dark. I'd want to walk a route that I knew was going to be ultimately safe and suitable, and a number of other reasons. It may be, I don't know, because I haven't got the distances in front of me. It may be it's quicker to go via SB32 if that was so to still exist, but it wouldn't if the order is confirmed. But I certainly wouldn't choose it.
So, okay, so if SB32 did still exist, it would be the quickest route?
I don't know is the answer to that because I haven't done the measurements myself, but I would say there are a number of other factors that are relevant to the choice that anyone would make.
But we know that behavioural studies show people do take the quickest route.
I think there may be studies that could identify that as one of the factors that influences. So even depending on where you are on the Shire estates, for example, it might be if you live close to Northampton Road, you'd think, okay, well, it's pretty easy for me just to go straight up Northampton Road using the new footway that's been provided as part of this development. Or on my bike, I might ride up cycleway, I'd probably choose that if I was anyone working on the site who lived in that estate, rather than take my life into my own hands and try and cross the A43.
Right, but your colleague has said that Zone D would be more specifically for local employment, smaller units.
It's actually more a case of for smaller units, not
Yes.
necessarily for local
Which
businesses.
tend to suit local people.
It
Okay.
might do, but that's not a requirement of the planning permission.
Thank you very much.
I
Could, you've said that Bridleway SB32 needs to be extinguished for development to take place, but could it be diverted to the side of the warehouse around the edge of the attenuation pond and then along the A43 to the crossing point, or even further until it's directly opposite SB32 entrance on the southern side of the A43?
no.
Why not?
There are a number of factors that have been set out in the evidence. They include the fact that the nature of the development that has planning permission, and so without reopening the merits of the planning permission, it will be necessary to bring forward significant site engineering, so earthworks, site levelling, creation of plateaus for the development plots that have been approved as part of the planning permission, that would completely remove the ability to provide that sort of route, certainly around any of the units as you described, because the planning permission has already been granted that includes an 8-metre embankment against Unit 2. The other factors that would be relevant in my mind to even consider whether or not the merits of a diversion would make sense. I don't personally think that would make sense if you're still looking to achieve the same outcome in terms of an unsafe crossing of the A43. So that would be a factor as well in my mind as to whether or not it's even sensible.
Are horses included around the amenity pond? I've noticed you've included pedestrians and cyclists, but not horse riders, so they can reach ongoing routes, including roads.
I certainly don't think they've been designed for, but I don't think there would be any reason why they would be restricted. So it would be a choice for any horse riders, whether or not that's a suitable route for them versus all the other bridle ways in the wider local area and all the other options that are available to them, which are multiple.
You mentioned there's many other options for equestrians in the area. What options are there to safely cross the A43 and reach the wider network?
Well, there aren't really any safe crossings currently, other than I think has been mentioned, the Pegasus crossing at the McDonald's roundabout is the only one that I'm aware of. There are crossing points, whether or not they could be classified as safe crossing points is semi-subjective, but there is, for example, the SB32 bridleway that currently crosses the A43, and there would be no impact on that route as a result of this order.
Because there is, in essence, a loss of amenity for equestrians based on what you're planning, why hasn't a deliverable crossing for equestrians been included at the Holcut roundabout? In view of paragraph 105 and considering rights of way and improving facilities for users.
Can I just pick up, Ma'am, if it's okay, 105? So I'm aware of what the NPPF indicates and guides in that context. The NPPF in a planning context as part of any planning application process would be a material consideration. So I would actually argue that the proposals do comply with that paragraph. I know you won't agree with me, but even then, even if there were a conflict with that paragraph in the NPPF, that would be weighed as a material consideration in the overall planning balance for a planning application process, which we're not reopening here. Other factors would include, first would be what the local plan says, what the development plan says. In this case, the development plan allocates this site for employment generating development. It has allocated the site for employment generating development since 2020. That has informed the planning permission that is the subject of this inquiry and the associated order. No part of that policy, no part of that allocation requires a bridleway to be provided or diverted or in any way associated with this development be provided. Through the planning application process that responds to that allocation, no statutory quantity, National Highways, Local Highways Authority at no point sought as a necessary requirement of the planning permission a bridleway. And I'm sure you know, as part of the pre-app process, the applicant, IM Properties, sought to understand the position of different stakeholders and undertook significant public consultation, including a meeting with the British Horse Society in 2020, at which time, I know you'll say that, you know, personnel have changed, etc., circumstances have changed, but at that time, they sought to understand what the position would be of the British Horse Society and were told, as part of that pre-application process, which is good practice, that there wouldn't be an objection. So those are all the factors. Planning is balance ultimately. What's said in the NPPF is a material consideration as part of an overall planning balance equation. The first consideration is what does the local plan say? And the local plan doesn't say there's any need for a bridleway.
But would you equally agree that what was said there could be irrelevant at the time reserve matters was raised and this application to partially extinguish was raised, that we had a right to object and raise our concerns then?
Yes, I think you would have had the right to object. I think you did raise your concerns at that time, as I think Mr. Longbottom's covered in his proof. There is the nature of this planning permission, so the hybrid planning permission, in this case, because of the nature of the development, because of the nature of the site levelling that's been necessary and so on, was actually a very detailed outline. It was a hybrid planning permission that included a lot of detail, which means that certain factors, then when you're considering reserved matters, can only reasonably be considered in accordance with the hybrid planning permission that was granted in this case. So yes is the answer. You were, it was your right to raise objections at that point, but those objections, as Mr. Longbottom I think has already covered, would need to be weighed in the context of the planning permission that had already been granted, the local plan allocation, which doesn't require any provision for equestrians, and other factors, including, and particularly at the hybrid stage, the significant planning and public benefits that this development will create. And so, yes is the answer, but it has to be factored into all these other considerations.
So was that the end of your questions? Okay, do any of the other objectors have any questions? Yes.
Yes, there is. There are other recent decisions that have confirmed that. There was an appeal decision for the DHL site, as I'm sure you are aware. I think that was April this year, that confirmed the need. I'm aware of others within West Northamptonshire that have confirmed that need. That the need is huge, it's substantial, and that's why there are these proposals coming forward to meet that need in a strategically appropriate and sustainable location. There is, within the NPPF, which we've just touched on, very clear guidance from the government that we need to start delivering this sort of development to build a strong and competitive economy and bring forward the sort of benefits that this sort of development can bring in terms of the overall health of the economy.
Okay, do you have any cross?
Just one matter, thank you. Mr. Jones, in the bundle of plans at plan 8, 9 and 10, there are detailed landscape plan sheets.
Yes.
1, 2 and 3 of 3. Can the inspector be confident that what's shown on those landscaping plan sheets will be delivered?
Very confident, ma'am. Those are the approved plans that have been the subject of consultation from relevant parties within the council. They are all part of the approved pack of drawings that the applicant will now, subject to the outcome of this inquiry and the confirmation of the order, take forward. There are controls within the Planning Commission, particularly condition 3 and a number of other conditions that have been discharged since, that will ensure that they're delivered. The purpose of the book of plans, hopefully you appreciate this already, ma'am, is to provide a full picture of everything that's been approved in detail, particularly composite 1, as part of this, as part of the Planning Commission.
Good, thank you very much. That's all, madam. Thank you.
Okay, that was your last witness, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sorry, it was.
Sorry, yes. Yeah, yes, sorry, I didn't realise you wanted to ask one earlier. Yes.
When I took it on, it probably wasn't immediately apparent to me, but I would have quite quickly with the team and the client understood that to be the case, because that's the sort of due diligence we undertake for our clients on these sorts of sites. So not immediately, not on day, well, maybe on day 1, but not immediately at the point of taking on, but very soon after I would have known. I think I know the fact that the planning permission exists is the main test here, but in any event, I'm confident and certain that the applicant sought to ensure that the most effective and efficient and sustainable development was brought forward on the site in accordance with the allocation. That would have considered a number of considerations, as I've already said, including whether or not it was necessary to retain and divert the route. And that would have been informed by factors such as whether or not the route was currently used and whether or not it provided any safe passage for recreational or other purposes onto any other part of the network. So it would have been something that would have been considered, and what was put forward as part of the application following widespread and extensive consultation didn't propose that, after taking into account a number of stakeholders' views, after a meeting with BHS, for example, didn't propose that.
Could I just take your name, please? Okay, thank you. And did you have any final clarification questions? Okay, it's 4:15. I'm not aware of any other supporting witnesses. Nope. So I would probably suggest, considering the time today, it would be best if we adjourn for tonight and then come back again tomorrow morning. Is everyone still happy to start at 10, or would anyone like to start slightly earlier?
Just
on-
make you aware that, sorry.
On this side of the room, certainly from the council's perspective, it would be absolutely fine to start at 9:30. And it feels to me as though we may finish proceedings tomorrow. So it may be sensible to start a little bit earlier to ensure that that is the case.
Yes.
The colleague from BHS has a longer journey, and I think 10 o'clock would have been a preferred continuation of the start time.
Okay.
And similarly, I probably won't be able to get here to 10:30, so 9:30 definitely wouldn't play to me.
Okay, so we will need to start again tomorrow at 10 a.m. then. So we are adjourned for tonight. Until...
Can we, before we do, could we just sort of take stock collectively of where we are? And in particular, when we think we're likely to finish?
Yes. Yeah, so I had anticipated that perhaps your last witness might not start or might not finish until tomorrow morning. So we are slightly ahead from the witnesses I am aware of. I am aware that have been a couple of other members of the public who have indicated they would like to speak tomorrow. So we will have to see how many decide they want to tomorrow after hearing evidence from the main objectors as well. But yeah, I would hope that we would hear the bulk of the evidence tomorrow, or all of the evidence tomorrow for the objectors. And then it might be that we just need to have closing submissions the following day, or it might be that we could possibly adjourn and have closing submissions online as well.
Yes, I mean, I'm asking.
Yes.
Because you will understand.
Yes.
There are hotels and whatever involved, and my clients obviously would prefer whatever minimises the cost of these proceedings is one we adopt. If you're saying that we would finish tomorrow, and if we needed to do closings online, we could then do them online, then I would be very happy to do that. We would just need to set up a time to do them online. For myself, I'd be able to do them online on Thursday. Whether you would need another day.
Would the objectors be happy to do online closing statements? It does give you the opportunity that you can prepare a written statement and be more prepared for it if we do it slightly later time.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So if we were finishing fairly late or towards the end of the day tomorrow, I would probably not be travelling back until Thursday morning, because
well, would you like us to get together and to try and find out when collectively we would be able to do online closing?
Yes, that would be helpful.
And
yes.
is there any time, we know what you say about Thursday morning.
Yes.
Is there any other time other than Boxing Day you want us to avoid?
There are. Definitely next Tuesday is very likely to be out. I have a couple of appointments then. Let's just get the calendar open.
Ma'am, when you say you may be travelling on Thursday morning, does that mean you would be open to doing closing submissions on Thursday afternoon virtually?
Yeah, if I am at home, I do tend to finish earlier on a Thursday and Friday. It may be the alternative is I could stay. Yeah, I think that no, I would have to leave the hotel in the morning. So, yeah, I could do them on Friday morning. I mean, I could probably start at 11 on Thursday. I should imagine I'll be back for 11 o'clock on Thursday.
Okay, well, we'll chew the cud on that basis.
And then I am free most of next week, apart from really the Tuesday, and then the earlier finishes on Thursdays and Fridays.
Okay. We'll collectively come up with a proposal, I hope.
And then I am on leave from the 23rd, so
yes.
After the 23rd. That's...
At site visit, for our part, we've heard nothing yet at the inquiry that would want us to suggest that you needed to go back.
I am happy that I don't need to go back and see anything. I don't know if the objectors have anything that they want to see. I mean, when I did my site visit, I arranged for the details of the site visit that you suggested, points of interest. I did actually go and view all of those on my site visit. So I have had a familiarisation with the area. I also did walk a short section of the footpath that connects to the other bridleway as well. and had a general look around the area as well. And I drove back through, is it Coldcoats? Just to make it easier to get back out onto the roundabout to get back to my hotel as well.
That was sent to you was also sent to the objector, so they know where you've been.
Yes.
As it were.
Yes, I asked for that to be forwarded on because I wasn't sure if you had done that as well. So it might be that you've got it twice. Okay. So we are adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.